one of the people that is always in this chat goes by Crypto Jones, and I always just now it's like
Yeah,
habitually I'm saying the name.
no worries. It's a friend of mine.
Really?
Oh, really? He kind
Yeah.
of been also mogging us a little bit with doing some funny PFP modifications, but we love it.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
All good.
Do we want to do a reflection just real quick? I could pull just the notes from last time. Then Jones would love to get your take on
Let's do that,
your
Josh.
words from
Yeah,
last time.
Yeah, let's do that. And also, I'm gonna show you something pretty cool. Like, it's not cool, but it's kind of validating.
Okay.
Wait, are you sharing your screen this time, Crypto Jones? Jones, right? Are you sharing your screen this time? I'm just gonna call you Jones. I don't know why I'm even doing this whole thing.
Fuck, maybe let's see.
Only share your seed phrases though, eh?
Yeah, I'm afraid, man. I'm
You
fucking
don't
afraid.
have to. You just said you were gonna show something cool. I was wondering if you're flipping it on.
It's
No
now
worries.
then now it's cool. You do the sharing part, and I can show it anyway. So all good.
Sweet.
All right. Greetings, Kings Mentality. Good to see you from YouTube. All right. This is the infamous October 21st post here, Crypto Jones. Levels to watch. You were basically looking for a reclaim of 4,200. And maybe, Dom, can you pull up the ETH chart real quick just so we can help visualize this real quick? So either a reclaim of 4,200 or you're looking for a bearish thesis to 2,800. This was October 21st. Where were we on Ethereum when you made this
October
call?
21st. October 21st, right here.
Yeah.
Right. So you made this call basically at the peak of this lower high at 4,152.
Yeah. We did not get the reclaim.
No, we didn't.
But we got the tumble.
I got the tumble.
And we tumbled even lower. I mean, I always thought that would be an opportunity that we like the numbers I put out are like actually still like not too low, but also like you are in the show and like I'm not sure like how many people are listening here. That's I think like 1,000 people or so, and you don't want to sound like that giga bearish
right
motherfucker like that says yeah it's gonna go below 2K. It's gonna go whatever like 1.7, 1.8, which could be definitely happening still. But yeah.
Yeah, but to be fair to yourself, when you made this call, it wasn't like you were telling people to sell everything. What you were advising people to do is trade with smaller size. And this was the key kind of takeaway. So it's like directionally, yes, you gave a bit of a trade plan. And then you said, look, there's good, the way you can mitigate risk is trading 1/3, 1/2. And then, but what you also called, and that wasn't clear at the time, was that something broke on the October 10/10 flush. And it wasn't clear again at the time that something had broke, but you had clearly identified that as a risk.
Yeah, I mean, at least in the sense of market confidence. Like you don't see, like I still remember that for me it was evening when it like all came down, and I was laying in bed like for hours, and I couldn't really like go to sleep. It was on my phone. I was thinking like, what am I doing? What should I do? And then like in the span of like 5 minutes, I saw like I had bought just a few days ago. I bought like a really sizable position in Aero. Yeah, so I see this. I opened up the deck screen or whatever, and I see like minus 50% in the last 5 minutes. I thought like, what the fuck?
Why?
You know, like you don't see this happening, and then everything's going to go back to normal. Also, you have to consider that like the people who are lucky enough to like buy these dips with size, they will obviously Hitler on you. Like if they just do like a 2x in like 1 day, 2 days or whatever. Like when it kind of gets some mean reversion, that's just normal. And like this is stuff that just takes some time to actually get into order again.
Yeah. So when you look at, you had this call, we got the tumble that you were expecting. We got 10/10, and then since then, like you said, something might have broke, and we've just been bleeding ever since. Of course, crypto continuing to be the dog in the markets, while everything else looks, has been relatively strong. Like, what happens from here? I think is the question everyone's looking for. Did we bottom out at 59? Are we going to continue to tumble lower? Maybe we get your bear market takes. What's the lowest we go in the bear market? Are we in a bear market? I just want to hear it all from your perspective here.
Yeah. First of all, just do me one favor, put on like EMAs.
Got you. Don't have them up here, so I will search it up.
And then last time I talked about the
which ones do you want?
Yeah, those are good, I think. Last time I talked about the 50 weekly EMAs, and we made all these bubbles, right? Yes, I think it's a yellow one.
Yep.
Right, like that held up the whole bull. And now look on the right side on yellow. What happened there on the 50 weekly EMAs? Fucking hell.
We tapped and literally just nuked.
Rejection station right there.
That's a really why do you like the EMA so much? And are you only doing it on the weekly? Because we have been, you can see you flip the EMA, you kind of had this consolidation here back in 2023, and then we flipped it with one very strong candle. And since then we've respected the EMA every single time we've tapped. Right here, right here, right here, right here, And then obviously until we got this massive flush out in 1010, flipped, tapped, and continued down. Like it's been a very accurate indicator so far. What's the reasoning for that?
So the reason I have been using this was simply because yeah, I mean it's not like I'm an EMA trader or whatever, but this is just a simple observation that's not even too hard um to like you look at the chart and you see like for like 2 years or so they like this exact level get respected. So and it's basically the one that held the bull all the time. So my assumption was clearly that if we lose this, this might be something that also works psychologically for others to know, okay, this is a risk off signal. And yeah, basically when we tapped it again from below and then rejected, that kind of validated for me the thesis that this is a really crucial level or crucial line. And yeah, basically we see what happened there.
So do you think we're in an extended bear market? Do you think this is part of the 4-year cycle? I think we discussed the 4-year cycle with you last time. I can't recall if you were
Yeah.
a proponent of the 4-year cycle or you think it's broken. We're following it pretty
So
accurately.
I think last time we talked about that the 4-year cycle, no matter if it works or not, if it's broken or not, it's simply a psychological thing. Like you will always have people trying to respect this. Like this is simply game theory. Like okay, so maybe I do think some stuff changed and like we are like Bitcoin or in general crypto has evolved, so we are probably not seeing the 4-year cycle anymore. But at the end of the day, I will ask myself the question: what do others think, and do they think that such a term like the 4-year cycle or the exact days will matter? And obviously, they thought it matters because it was kind of like to the day that Bitcoin made its all-time high and then dumped from there.
Yeah.
So
we had JW on not long ago, and he gave a really interesting take on this. Whether you subscribe to the 4-year cycle or not, like you said, I think it's very psychological. You have to think about the people with supply. And Bitcoin is an asset where the OGs subscribe to the 4-year cycle in a big way. So the overarching supply in Bitcoin, which is held by these OGs who bought tons and tons and tons of coins or mined supply back when Bitcoin was $1, $5, $10 a pop, have so much control over supply. And you think about who's controlling this market, and it's definitely the OGs who do subscribe to that 4-year cycle. So I really appreciate your take there on that, because I do I think I agree with both you and JW when they say you just kind of got to play their game, because if they believe in the 4-year cycle and that's going to cause a dump, obviously Bitcoin dumps and all the other assets on chain follow suit. Because I think about this, I'm like, well, Solana dumped last cycle to $8, so there's actually not many OGs in Solana that are sitting in a ton of profit. But again, it all is correlated to Bitcoin. So what is Bitcoin going to do? I would imagine that's what your thought process is too. If Bitcoin dumps, everything else dumps, or are you thinking we get some sort of barbell where short Bitcoin, long Solana? Like, is that anything you think about?
I'm pretty sure that if anything, I wouldn't long Solana against Bitcoin.
No, right.
It would probably be another asset if any. But yeah, I mean, there's clearly some sort of strong correlation between Bitcoin and crypto in general. I do think that it's more important to ask yourself this question when we are talking about moves upwards and not moves downwards. I think like for like if we assume that crypto is going to fall more, then obviously I would kind of have more an approach of managing risk and everything. But when we're talking about the next moves, if we have some pumps, maybe relief pumps, maybe at the beginning of something bigger, then I think it's possible that there are altcoins in general that can outperform Bitcoin from here.
When are you like looking to flip that risk on switch on?
So first of all, when we get back to our last show, like thinking about that, I mean, I was kind of vouching for managing risk and being a little bit more secure. However, now and also what happened in between, I think that was very true what I said for at least like 2 months, where also like liquidity, it's still thin, don't get me wrong, but it was very thin, and it was also kind of a very PvP-ish in the sense of people would really sell on you for like 10% profit. But that kind of this kind of trust in the trenches, I'd say, kind of restored a little bit. Like in the, I would say, I mean, we had in November we had this X402 season that kind of gave some sort of life to the trenches. Then again, like a big period of nothing really, and then we got some, like I think in January, where it kind of heated up a little bit more. So when it comes to risk on or being more risk on, I think I got more risk on in the process. Not like that it was sort of like I flipped the switch. That was not the case, but there was more like also confidence in myself. That kind of increased a little bit more with also trenches looking better, with ceilings increasing. I think the first bigger trade I hit back then, after 10-10, was Franklin, this mascot that the Republicans use all the time, and then just suddenly stopped.
Is that that's
Turtle.
the
The
turtle?
turtle.
You know,
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
funny is that's a iconic like Canadian creative novel that I grew up reading
Yeah.
when I was a child, and I didn't even know like Americans even knew about it. But to
You know, there's
see
a
it,
show. There's
yeah,
a
I know
show.
there's a show. I dude, I'm telling you, it was on like local Canadian TV growing up, and to see it tweeted out by the defense minister holding an RPG in a helicopter was the funniest thing I'd ever seen. So, yeah.
Yeah, the child is pure rape. So
Yeah.
we shouldn't talk too long about this one.
Get it off the screen.
I also
Yeah.
like my conviction was back then was really high. I think I'm not even sure if I did not even lose money on it eventually, but yeah. However, so in the process, I realized, okay, it's obviously pretty important um, to have always some sort of skin in the game also, but the trust comes back as we go, and I think the trench is healed a little bit. The ceilings are still not very high, but
What else was running? So X402 in November, which was a wild season. Like we had PAI on at like 4 mil and it ripped like literally 2 days later it was at 70 mil. It was the craziest run. That was in
yeah.
November. Then in January, I agree, there was some market action there. Was there a certain sector? Was it just meme coins? Like now we see AI kind of 2.0 kicking off, but what was the January? Was there anything other? Was it just meme coins or?
I think it was mostly meme coins.
Okay.
I'm not really sure. Um,
What
I
kind
would
of trader would you say you are, Jones? Would it be like a meme coin trader predominantly, or a utility trader predominantly, or you just trade wherever there's edge, wherever the markets are hot?
I would say I trade whatever. But I mean, with meme coins, it's always kind of it's harder to actually feel also for yourself an edge. I mean, um, most of the stuff, most of the memes I, for example, called in my Telegram, they did some numbers, but also it feels a little bit different to like trading utility where you actually feel like you have something to grasp, you know. So right now, I'm trading utility, or my I think I got like two main positions, which are utility focused. Um, yeah, which are pretty cool, I think.
We can okay. I want to talk about your picks for utility, but real quick, I just need an outlook, just like last time. Do you have an answer, for us where Bitcoin goes from here? Where you think it's going to go from here?
Yeah, and same as last time, same setup. Two scenarios: the long scenario and the short scenario.
So I think with Bitcoin right now, and again, not an expert, not a leverage trader or whatsoever, but I obviously do read stuff, takes from other people who I think are more smart than me in this case. But from what I understand and feel is that we are around the region where I think it's not the worst idea to start building positions again in majors. What I'm doing is I'm simply just like when I sell something, I swap it into ETH or Solana or whatever again from now on. Depending obviously also on like are we rather high in this short time frame or low in prices. But for example, on this last liquidation cascade below 60K, I think like that's if the market is good and if we are looking to eventually shoot higher again, maybe build like a base from here, then we should probably see a few liquidation cascades below 60K that get all bought up by big players. So so they build their positions around here, maybe, possibly. Like it, I would say in the 70 to 55 or so ish K area. You'd assume that if this is an area that gets kind of bought by institutional players, then this should be healthy for the market. If we now saw like big moves into like 75K or so, like fast moves, I think that's rather bearish for the midterm, and will likely reject faster. So I will still be very cautious here, but I think I got like maybe I don't know, maybe 20% or so in majors right now through the method I shared. So I just simply buy and sell into majors right now. But I will not increase this too high. So whenever we get like a real, like it's so over scenario again, I will try to scoop some more, and build my own positions, as well, like that.
So if I were to summarize for the notes here, we're looking for liquidation cascades in the 62 area, bearish on a rapid move to 75K, and then kind of like what would you say, like, you would look to and be like, okay, we're in a bull market. Like, is there a certain level that if we reclaim that, you're like, all right, we're potentially going for another run again?
Or a time frame?
Well, that's a really hard question. Because I think it's probably also hard to answer for many people. But I mean more in the sense of that's something I didn't really thought about yet. Like I didn't really pan this out for me, because like I'm not too focused on that scenario happening. As simple as it is right now, I'm realizing that I also make money. Like I'm currently at port all-time highs.
Wow.
Um,
Insane.
and since that's the case, I'm just realizing, okay, opportunities are still like, they are different, most probably, than what they've been before, but they are there. I'm a trader. That's one thing to note. Yeah. So I'm not gonna hold for moonshots. Or sometimes I do, but then usually I get wrecked. So I'm trying to, like, if I make, like, also compare to what I know from the real world life, changing money, I'm gonna take it. And we had some of these opportunities in the past, and as long as we are not like in absolute rape fest scenarios, then these opportunities will happen on every freaking bounce. So I'm for me, and for some others, in order to make money, to seize opportunities, I think we don't need necessarily Bitcoin or in general majors to be in a bull market, which would still be nice for sure. But I take it as it is. And I think as far as time frame goes, my friend Shark, he's a big fan of Benjamin Cohen. Yeah, he says October might be bottom. I think it's actually, Shark. Shout out to Shark.
Shout out to Shark.
I think bottom in October, it could definitely be happening. I think what we should just not forget is that bottoms take time to form. That's one thing, and also charts need some time to go up again, and especially break some of these levels again. So when we are approaching, for example, the 50-week EMAs again, I'm not sure if that's something we just melt through when it happens. We might have some, like, we might even have a smaller reaction there again, and then have another attempt, something like that.
So you won't really be convinced on a bull market until we break or close above really the EMAs. Maybe it's a relief bounce, maybe it's a choppy market. You think there's plenty of opportunity, but you're not convinced we're in a bull market until that EMA is fully closed above. Is that what I'm getting?
I think actually, since I made this level so important to my past analysis, I might actually give a lot of on it for my future. So I mean, I would see. So there's one caveat, and that's basically if we, for example, get like extremely cheap levels on Bitcoin. I mean, I'm not potentially I could see, not that it happens, but I could see as like a really low level. I could see like 45K, for example, on Bitcoin. And if we got this, and I have fully scooped my bags, then for me as a German, I will be tax-free on my crypto buys when I hold it for 1 year. So that would be the only scenario. I would not sell anything at the 50 weekly EMAs. Other than that, I will just treat it as a trader and just say, okay, it should prove that this level gets melted through, and then when it's above, I can still buy back. But the only reason I would not buy is if I have really big bags that I could finish buying at the bottom, and have to hold for tax reasons for longer. That would be a good reason to hold there. But other than that, it's simply like, would you not sell at an all-time high? You probably would, at least a little bit. And I would treat it the same.
That's been hard historically for people like me, but yes.
Yeah, true. Okay, I get it.
For your cycle followers, though, doing well.
Are you using 50-week EMA or 50-day EMA? Sorry, just
in this case, was weekly EMA.
Okay.
Yep. Sweet. Do we want to talk about a bit about what you're looking at? You said your port's at all-time highs. I see you're bullish anti-hunter, and Botcoin maybe is another one.
I have to say anti-hunter I'm not in anymore. We can still talk about it later. But yeah, I'm pretty bullish Botcoin right now. I think it's a pretty cool concept, and yeah, I got some pretty good. I got some friends who are also pretty bullish on it. I did a write-up on it. Especially, I think if you put one up, then should do the one where I explain how it actually works.
Okay, let's see if I can find that. You tell me when to stop because you'll know better than myself.
It's just at the top, I think.
Oh, recent.
I just shared it today.
I think this is it. Yeah, 1 hour ago. Here we go. You want to give the CLDR?
CLDR is it's Bitcoin for agents. It's a concept that eventually had to come with all the the agent meta right now, and
they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only
But why? $22 million in 3 fucking hours! There is no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. The real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not. He would neither go towards the feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Ainley explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back.
Chill, what's up?
GMCG, what's going on, fellas, ladies, gentlemen?
Not much. I think the pre-stream video glitched a little there, so sorry about that, guys. But hey, we hit 8K followers today on X, and I just want to thank everyone for that. And I actually had a little bit of a video that I wanted to play just to really cement the gratitude here, because I really resonated with me. So I'll just throw that open here. I always find this video is super motivational, so we're just gonna run it.
What a privilege to be tired from the work you once begged the universe for. What a privilege to feel overwhelmed by growth you used to dream about. What a privilege to be challenged by a life you created on purpose. And what a privilege to outgrow things you used to settle for.
Golly, to be tired for having done the thing that you once dreamt of doing is a beautiful blessing.
What a
Blessed.
That's all we can say.
That's all we can say.
Oh man, it's been a journey.
Yeah, it's been a journey. Like we're chill. We're almost coming up on we're 11 months now. We're almost coming up on 1 year of this whole thing.
What was the exact? I know it's April, but do you know the exact date when we started?
I don't. It's like I'll have to go back and look, but probably around April 9th, I think it was.
Man, that's crazy. Almost a year, guys. Almost a year. Well, hopefully you guys have been enjoying the journey, enjoying the show, enjoying the alpha, enjoying what we share here live. So what do we have planned for today? Basically Fridays are, like we mentioned, I think a few weeks back, just chill. You know, we love doing the interviews during the week. But Fridays, just to kind of wrap up the week, we just chill, trade a little bit, you know, do our thing. And that's what we'll be doing here today. So we'll probably start getting some of your favorite traders on the show here on Fridays. So if there's anybody that you'd like to see, hit us up in the comment section, hit us up in the chat, let us know. Shoot, if anything, hit them up and tell them to go on MCG Live, right? So yeah, but love this. So we'll be going through a few, you know, charts, setups, tickers. You guys let us know what you want us to look at, and we'll look at it, right? So there's that.
Back to basics. The stream replies will have all the notes of the different charts, setups, and information that we talk about. So if you don't catch the live, no worries. I'll make sure you guys got notes for all those setups. And yeah, as Chill mentioned, like I think a lot of traders are very private with what they do, but we see some traders like Jones Rida, who's very generous with their time and their perspective on the market. And we want to encourage more traders to be open and share what they're looking at and what's on their watch list. So, you know, there's a few out there that would like to get on. But yeah, with that, Chilled, I have in the title, ALTS first BTC. You have that really great chart. I don't know if we want to just kind of start there and see how that's looking, or if you had a place you wanted to start.
Yeah, I guess, let's just start top down here, guys. As usual.
Take a look at theta. Yes, we'll look at theta for you.
We'll take
there.
a look.
Emotional theta.
All right. So let's see here. So here's the Bitcoin chart. Okay, so let's just start just all the way like this. Let's just do it. So this is the overall thesis right now. We're looking for a bottom in the summer. And we're looking for Bitcoin to range, potentially even you know, break new lows now that we're back in this huge range. While we're back in this range now, when we bounce and pull back, you know, Bitcoin will kind of you know, on chain will send when Bitcoin bounces hard, on chain will pull back when Bitcoin drops. So I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities in this range when we do form it. So like at the bottom of the range will be good to kind of get in position on bad Bitcoin days. That's when most of my buying happens, to be honest, on bad Bitcoin days. And then on good Bitcoin days, you know, like, you know, kind of, you know, sell, you know, chop it up a little, shave a little bit off the top as we bounce. But that's Bitcoin overall. ETH, don't really have too much of an opinion on ETH. Honestly, I think ETH is actually in for a pretty crazy rally here soon. Why do I say that? Well, I don't know if you guys have seen Vitalik. Vitalik has actually been, you know, going on a nice little world tour on X here. But he announced the roadmap, and let me pull that up for you guys real quick. It's just I think Watcher Guru posted about it. It was some news that dropped just the other day. But here we go here, and I'll zoom in so you guys can actually see this. But it says Justin, Ethereum unveils new straw map roadmap, adding private ETH transactions, quantum proof security, and massive L2 scaling. So someone says, is that what Vitalik is selling for? Yeah. So, I don't like the selling. I really don't. But I don't think that one person selling ETH likely to either fund, development stuff or fund events or stuff like that. That's what he said in an interview months ago about why he sells. It's to, to fund all these different events and to pay people and stuff like that. I mean, if you ask me, I think they should be making enough money to fund that stuff with the business of ETH and all the fees that they collect, but neither here nor there. What I'm focusing on here is the private ETH transactions, right? I think that's huge. Quantum proof security, I think that's huge as well. I think, Bitcoin, a lot of people are scared of Bitcoin, at least a lot of normies are anyway. And even people within crypto are scared of Bitcoin because of the quantum aspect, right? They think, quantum is going to cause Bitcoin is going to breach the security of Bitcoin in some way, shape, or form. So that whole FUD around Bitcoin has caused it to drop off as well. So I feel like, with Ethereum introducing this, it'll just create a narrative around Ethereum. So that's kind of a thesis around ETH. I still think still think that we had much, much, much higher. I just didn't think we'd go from 1,400 all the way to 5,000 almost, and to drop right back. I did not expect. But either way, now isn't the time to be bearish on Ethereum. The last couple times it's been in this range, below this red line here. We've made some pretty decent gains after it's broken above the red line. So, just something to be aware of. The time to be bearish was like here, maybe in November, right? Like when ETH was really dropping, when it lost key levels and it dropped back in this range. But now it's time to be bullish. Even though it might take some time to reverse, right? Or perhaps we might even still have a little lower to go, but marginally, if anything. Solana, I talked about this yesterday on a post, still sitting at the 0.786, showing a good reaction here. And if you zoom into this circle, this is what you see on the lower time frames here on Solana, ranging here at the bottom, waiting to see exactly what Solana decides to do. If it does break above this red line, maybe we go here, boom. This is what I'm looking for right here. That's what I'm looking for. A break above the red line and a retest, and I'll probably go long there. I'll probably go long. I can now trade with leverage from within the terminal that I'm using, Trojan. So I'll probably see if I can go long there on any retest of like this $90 area from the top side on a high time frame. So that's the setup there on Solana. And lastly, let's go to the others BTC chart. So this is kind of what Josh was talking about earlier. As you can see, we're super zoomed in there. As you can see here, this is the others BTC chart. Again, meaning on chain others, the assets, the market cap of assets outside of the top 10. Greetings, King's mentality. Good to see you again, brother. Full blood day. Yeah, absolutely is. Absolutely red day. So I posted about this the other day as well, basically just saying that we've drawn down, as you can see on this chart, minus 75%, for like clockwork, right? We hit a top and then we retrace. We hit a top and then we retrace. And every time we retrace, we tend to like go back, down 75%, forming these falling wedges. And if you've been watching this show for a while, a King's mentality, you can probably even attest to this. You've been watching the show for a while. You know that I've been saying falling wedges have been playing out a lot on chain. And it's played out historically for this others BTC chart. And this is what I highlighted here in this post. Because the question that you want to ask yourself when you look at this chart is, it's telling me that on-chain will outperform the Bitcoin price, knowing that Bitcoin is ranging, knowing that King's mentality agreed. See, told you guys. But if you look at the Bitcoin thesis, if you're thinking of at the bottom, we're going to be ranging, and on-chain is going to be outperforming once Bitcoin price stabilizes somewhat, then the question is, what narratives will drive that price action? Where will the biggest gains happen on-chain? And so that's where you look at tokenized agents. If you want to trench, which I don't really recommend right now. If you want to trench, then, maybe on-chain, watching Banker, stalking the launchpad to see if anything good launches. That's one. Ideally, I like to just use Deck Screener, and I can share my strat on that as well. But that's pretty much what I use for the most part, is just Deck Screener, to track some of these launches, see where the volume is going, and just play volume, to be honest. Play where the mind share is and just go from there. But yeah, so tokenized agents is one. The other is private equity on chain. If you guys were here a few days ago with the interview that we had with Maya from Street Foundation, you realize that he basically said that you would be so bullish on the private equity on chain thesis. We have Robinhood; they're driving forward that whole narrative. They're now providing access to private markets. And then when you look at Street, he mentioned that he was in Mar-a-Lago with, some of the biggest, people, some of the biggest names, some of the biggest names that we know. So people like CZ, some of the best lawyers in the United States. Like, he's really, shoulder to shoulder talking about Street, talking about the private equity on chain and how we can make that possible. And he also mentioned that he has a couple billion in terms of capital that's interested in Street as well. Was that correct, Josh? Like, keep me honest here.
So I'm not sure if it's an interested capital specifically. What I think is it was like in terms of market cap of projects, of
Gotcha.
assets, right? So if Cled is raising at quote unquote 300 million, well, there's 300 million. If the robotics company raises at, I don't know, he said 8 figures, I believe, they had in pre-orders. So I would assume they're gonna raise at like a 80 to 100 million dollar valuation. There's another, call it 100 million. Yeah, I don't think it was 2 billion in like capital or anything like that. I think it was in terms of assets, market value of assets.
Got you. So I'll let me see here.
I mean, it would be wild if you said he had $2 billion in liquidity, like lined up. That'd be crazy.
He did say VCs were interested. He's having a ton of conversations. In fact, here on this post, we see that with the ERCS V1, they've conducted over 100 interviews with founders and VCs with the core goal of making our framework more founder-friendly, VC compatible, and remove the ownership structure. So essentially, he's bearish on like ownership and more bullish on this sort of like this SPV model that Street is pioneering. And what he wants to do with this ERCS is make the asset quality as high as possible, so that way VCs, it's more, that capital can actually get involved and can actually get in on these, or even want to get in on these. And from what he said so far, a lot of the conversations with these VCs have been very, very positive, because again, he wants these assets to be VC compatible, right? Like, make sure there's a structure to it that's attractive to this capital. So if you're asking yourself, you're looking at this BTC, this others BTC chart, you're asking yourself, what narratives will drive it? Look at the tokenized agents on chain, right? Look at all the stories. Felix is making revenue, generating revenue. I see that Kelly Claude also started generating revenue. I think it was like under $200, but that's people that don't know that this app is created by an AI. That's people that just like is spending money on an app that's created by Kelly Claude without knowing it. That's non-crypto native money that's generating real revenue, just like Felix as well. but early stages with the app factory and with the marketing factory on the Kelly Claude side. So you see all these exciting stories starting with tokenized agents, and the tokenization aspect for these agents is actually what is driving the tokenization aspect of these agents is what's driving attention, adoption, and really like the revenue growth. Like tokenization is really what makes these agents so popular. And in our interview with Street Foundation, even Street also is pitching to founders using tokenization as sort of a plus, not even sort of a plus, a definitive plus to getting the word out on your startup. So I think that's important to understand that tokenization is a good thing once it's driven the right way and can be handled the right way. You know, you do something like a pump fund or something like that where anyone can launch and anything can happen essentially. But with Street, they're advising projects, they're helping them, they're helping them to kind of to know how to operate in this new market. And then on the tokenized agent side, we see a lot of good stuff happening there as well. So those are the two big narratives that I feel like could drive this price action with others BTC. I'm actually going to show you guys another chart here as well. And here. So this is another kind of more, let me see. This is a more a chart that tells us something different. A chart that tells us something different. And I want you to notice the trend before the ICO boom in 2017, leading up to it. Again, there was that 75% downturn in others BTC. But the point of this chart is to show you guys exactly what narratives were popping off before the full-on quote unquote alt season. So in 2017, the ICOs were going crazy. They were popping off, and that happened before the ICO boom. So after the 75% pullback, what do you think ran the most in 2017? The ICOs, right? Same thing in 2021 alt season. About a year before, we saw DeFi summer, and what made the most gains in alt season in 2021? DeFi was among the biggest. Now you had others like NFTs; those showed up beforehand. You had others like gaming that showed up beforehand, but primarily, if you remember Tomb Forks, if you remember Terra Luna. You remember all these sort of like DeFi experiments. That's what drove a lot of the gains in the 2021 alt season. But before the alt season was there, we actually knew, or the market gave us a signal as to what that would be, right? And so now we've been in a 3-year downtrend. Same situation as before. We're down 75%. So we're down 75%, copy Josh. And before we're taking off here, we've seen several different quote unquote seasons. And I haven't updated this, but we've seen, ETH utility season in, late 2023, early 24. That was primarily dominated by AI, if you guys remember. In late 2024 going into 2025, that was the AI agent season on Solana. I know most of us remember that. And then you had like this sort of mini ICM season as well. But even with that, I mean, what came out of ICM? AI, CLED, Orgo, right? So a lot of the confluence here is AI and AI agents. And what do we see coming up now is tokenizing AI agents. So we're now breaking out of this downtrend. So again, the question is, what will drive the gains here? AI agents. So that's just something to keep in mind. That's kind of how I'm looking at this. A king's mentality. We need ownership season. We definitely do. One thing I missed in this chart here is also the memes. I think memes also is a really big driver was a really big driver of gains over the last few years. So I think memes will also have their time of day. I think ownership will in some way, shape, or form come back. But honestly, I think it's going to be driven by street. It's a big experiment going on. What we see with ICM, what we see with ownership tokens, there hasn't been a proof of concept, as in we've seen bigger capital bidding. I mean, we have with Meta. I think, what was it? Either Pantera Capital or Six Man Ventures invested in MetaDAO. So we see there's appetite there, but there hasn't been consistent capital inflows from this larger pool of capital. So I'm still looking for that. I'm still looking for, a major runner. We had that in Avicii, but even that didn't surpass 100 mil. That rejected hard from 100 mil. So just trying to see where things catch on. Believe had its turn. MetaDAO had its turn, and now Street is coming up. So, I'm wondering if Street can provide something, that can really take off. And I don't think it's going to be, it's not going to be something that happens overnight. I think it's going to take time. That was clear in our interview, but I think that is an area of interest for me. But yeah, appreciate you, Daddy Duster. Congrats on 8K. Love the show, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
It's just.
Have you guys chatted with Viva lately? Not lately.
We have not. Yeah.
No, we've not. We're kind of like everyone else, waiting to see kind of what they do with their next steps and the app. So we keep an eye on the chat, the public group, and of course we still have comms with the team, and we'll support them kind of when they're ready to go. But yeah, they need to focus and execute on their vision.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll wait and see. But yeah, like the ICM thesis, I think I'm still interested in it, but I need to see, like, where is the sustained volume? Where is the sustained pipeline of projects? And so
and
I'm
interest in
waiting
those
on that.
projects, like,
Yes, and interest.
for real. So I do, let me know when you're done the segment. I do want to call something out that came up after overnight, and I think this is really cool. So I think the groundwork chill you're talking about all checks out. But Bags app introduced something really, really interesting overnight. It's their app store. And basically what this is for Bags app is, in a couple clicks, you can add things that the fee sharing is directed to. So for instance, you can do free sharing to compounded liquidity. And what this does is take the trading fees and adds liquidity. You can add that app. You can also adjust the ratios that that are going to this. And I'll show you an example of it. You can do direct liquidity to DEX screener boosts on Bags, as well as paying DEX. And there's some other apps here that they have in their app store, and I'm going to open this up so you guys can see all of them. I also noticed this, 4 million in funding for their Bags hackathon. I didn't know they had it like that. That's great to see. 4 million is a lot of money. That's really, really impressive. But here are all the apps. There's all sorts of different things. I don't know exactly how all these work, but I do notice like things like Moltbook here. So share fees with Moltbook creators earn from every trade. So I'm wondering if this is kind of for like AI agents to get funded in other platforms to engage with the project or the token. Also GitHub developers, which they've had for some time. But yeah, either way, I think this is like really a neat feature and a really digestive, easy to digest way. And then you can just kind of go and apply this, I guess, this to your token, or search if the, the token is, the right token using this tool or whatnot. So really good shipping their Bags. Hope to see some apps use this. Let's see if there's any apps that are using this here. Dividends bot. Let's see, what's this boost? Bags boost. Okay, so there's this one. All right, so it uses the DEX boost. Let's see. I don't know which ones are using this 'cause it's hard to see. They should give you a way to filter it, but let's see if GSD, if I go to market cap here, see if GSD or something has, so no, yeah, not attached yet to it. Yeah. So anyways, we'll keep an eye on this. I think this is a really cool feature and yeah, worth seeing if it has an effect on a mini bag season.
Man, have you seen that like all these companies are starting to like lay off? Um, let me show you something here. Boom. Share my screen. Um,
Dude, reading this last night was like sitting there staring down the end of the tunnel and seeing a train coming the other way. And
the light at the end of the tunnel, but it's a train.
that's exactly how I felt with this kind of stuff. But yeah, let's
So Bull Theory says over 1.17 million US jobs cut were announced in the last year, the highest since the pandemic. 600,000 were cut in just the first 2 months of 2026. Major layoffs include the US government, UPS, Amazon, Citibank, Nissan, Microsoft, etc., etc. All because of AI, a significant portion due to AI. Companies are openly saying smaller teams can now do the same work. This is happening in the weakest white-collar hiring market since 2008. The risk is simple. The U.S. economy runs on consumer spending. Higher income workers drive a large share of that demand, with 150 to 200K jobs are replaced with software. Companies' margins improve, but household income falls. So I think this is exactly like what we're seeing in real time is this whole, we're seeing this whole UBI push. I know that's a sensitive topic for a lot of people. I brought it up once on the spaces and everyone was like, oh my gosh, no, UBI is garbage. Blah, blah, blah. The thing is, like, we're seeing in real time these industries get disrupted. And as a result, unfortunately, it's causing a lot of people to get laid off. Look at another, just came through today by Doomer. DocuSign lays off 92% of its workforce, 6,300 employees, citing advances in AI as a reason for cutting headcount. So I say all of that to say, like, this is going to be crazy. They're either going to have to print a ton of money to fund, a lot of folks, or I don't know. How do you think this all like plays out? Like, where does this all end? I guess that's the big question. What do you guys think, chat? Let me know. But yeah, that's a crazy stat. And I see even like X, I want to say I saw Jack Dorsey also cut a ton of jobs as well from what is this company now? Blocks or something?
Yeah, Block, XYZ or something like that. And the stocks reacted like up 10%. I don't know if you can go to TradingView and just see how it's going. If you search XYZ.
Let me see. XYZ, Block, New York Stock Exchange. All right, so here's the chart overall. Let's look at it on the 12-hour. Yeah, Jesus, yeah, gapped up. Holy moly. It had a nice little pump since the announcement. It's up 36% or maybe even 40% almost. So yeah, nice little gap up there from XYZ after the announcement. I guess the market is seeing that as bullish. Like, I guess more. It's crazy, this divergence that we have between the stock market and household income. It's actually kind of crazy. There's a guy that the CEO of McDonald's, he actually had something to say about this, and I'm gonna have to stop sharing and reshare my screen so you guys can hear the audio. But I want to show you guys this. This all goes into why we're trading, how we're trading, all of that. But he talks about a two-tier economy, and here's his thoughts real quick.
And part of what we also saw was that particularly with middle and lower income consumers, they're feeling under a lot of pressure right now. I think there's a lot of commentary about what's the state of the economy, how's it doing, and what we see is it's really kind of a two-tier economy. If you're upper income, earning over $100,000, things are good. Stock markets are near all-time highs. You're feeling quite confident about things. You're seeing international travel. All those barometers of upper income consumers are doing quite well. What we see with middle and lower income consumers is actually a different story. It's that consumers under a lot of pressure. In our industry, traffic for lower income consumers is down double digits. And it's because people are either choosing to skip a meal. So we're seeing breakfast. People are actually skipping breakfast, or they're choosing to just eat at home. And so for our business, which has a significant group of consumers which are in that middle and lower income, we needed to step in with something like what we're doing here.
So,
you know what's funny is I saw this guy clowning this dude here, the CEO of McDonald's, for trying to eat one of their hamburgers, which he calls a product. So he's like, I'm really excited about this product, and he tries to eat it, and it's just like takes the tiniest little like non-bite out of it as if he doesn't want to eat it, and it's just like, people are clowning him, but nonetheless, it's funny.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's. I try to avoid McDonald's, as much as I possibly can, to be honest. Let's see here. So I guess we can go into some charts here. Let's go into some charts. Let's see what the heck is going on chain. I don't know why, but my deck screener just absolutely nuked all of my charts. So I have like no charting. I have to like review it all. But let's start with Banker. I saw in the comment section somebody was asking about Banker under a few of my posts here the other day. So just Banker thesis, I think, again, home of AI agents. This is like your buy zone here that I'd get interested. I'd smash a ton of buys if it ever falls below 40 mil market cap. And but overall, we see a nice little pullback here from the low here to the high. Yeah, 0.786 on the pullback, bouncing off of it very nicely, showing great reaction. So let me do this. Let me actually make this a little bigger for you guys so you guys can actually see it. But yeah, like this is exactly what you want to see on a pullback. It's pullback enough to where people kind of think it's over, they write it off, and I'll just mark this as the buy zone here. Boom. But looking good. I think 50 mil is a really great area to accumulate. This like anything, around 50 mil, maybe a little above, a little below, but I've said it, DCA, you don't want to like rush into positions right now, but like DCAing right now, it's literally absolutely nice. Kelly Claude, a lot of us already know Kelly Claude, like I mentioned just a few moments ago. It just actually started, to generate revenue. So that's really good to see on Kelly Claude. We have this kind of, it's coming into the support area. Honestly, a buy zone for this one would be here. I think I've had this marked off for a while, but like I said, tech screener like absolutely nuked all of my positions. So we're all of my charting. So this is a nice little charting here. Nice little pullback on this. And I mean, if you want to even like really force the fib on even a small move like this, even this one is, at or below the 0.786 are really good on in sort of a really good in terms of a pullback that you're seeing good value for the buy here near support and on a nice pullback. So that's Kelly Claude. And I want to say there's a few things with Kelly Claude that was happening recently. Let me just give the timeline a quick search because I saw a few tweets and I'm not sure if I saved them. But I know that Kelly Claude tweeted out about this. Let's see here. Okay, so yes, here is something here on Kelly Claude. So basically, we know about the Mark Andreessen follow, we know about the Jesse follow, but recently they got a new follow, Jason. And I don't know if you guys follow Foundry, but Foundry was actually just recently here on Jason's podcast. I believe it was yesterday or the day before. And so I'm seeing this interest from Jason and because he functions in the sort of like AI side of things. Like that's like he functions as like the AI. He's very interested in that niche. He's in the All In podcast with Chamath Palihapitiya, and so to see him kind of give Kelly Claude a follow, especially after interviewing something like Foundry, we realized that this wave of tokenizing agents, the way to get exposure to that, there's no single stock that you can buy. There's barely a stock that you can buy to get exposure to AI. Maybe you buy silver, maybe you buy Nvidia, maybe you buy some of the the Mag 7, like a Google or whatever. But in terms of like lower cap, something with some upside to it, there's not really much that you can buy out there other than these tokenized agents. So I think getting exposure to these on chain is probably the best way to get exposure to just AI in general. I think crypto has always had that moat to have exposure to AI. But now when you combine, these revenue generating businesses, it gets interesting. And like I was saying in a tweet earlier this week, it's like, what happens when the story gets out? This is what happens. Bigger people start to, they start to get interested. They start to look in. They start to investigate. And who knows? Maybe at some point we get a buy from one of these guys. But that would really like make things go insane. But yeah, so like Jason, he's Silicon Valley, first investor in Google, huge investor guy. Again, David Sachs, he's on the podcast, All In podcast with. David Sachs is the kind of crypto guy in the White House, basically. So very, very big follow, very, very big attention. And as you can see, despite this kind of attention, it generating revenue, we're still on this pullback in a deep value area, resting just above support. So
what is this 7 mil area? Is that
yeah. Oh, dude, that's why all my charts nuked, bro. I'm on market cap and not price. Holy crap, I'm so stupid. Look at that. There you go. Let me see here. Let me just refresh my screen so like all of my charting actually comes back to normal.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Let's see. Yeah, for real. Appreciate you. This one's still on market cap. Yeah. Okay. So cool. All right. So all my charting will come back here in due time. Cool. All right. So I'll keep that in mind as we go through some of these charts. Felix is another one that I'm in. I like the logical thing for Felix to do, and as a holder of Felix, like I feel terrible saying this, but it's no different than what I called out on GSD, a few weeks ago when we were like literally, had a rising wedge playing out, printing on the chart. But a logical place for Felix would be to retest this support area at some point, right? This would be like an ideal sort of buy zone for Felix. Let me see here. Let me look at the fib. Let's see. And won't you look at that? That's exactly where the 0.786 is. We pulled back to the golden pocket and it's bounced off that. So maybe that acts as like a DCA1 here in this area. That's like also low time frame support. And we're already seeing wicks when it drops below 5 mil. So we're seeing a lot of demand already. So maybe a DCA1, DCA2 type of situation. So you're not like sort of left behind. But I honestly, I'm holding Felix for like the long term, bro. Like this is a bag that I am like, I really truly believe that this can go to the hundreds of millions, like in terms of, and I'm not saying that as like a moon boy type of thing. What I am saying is I have a broader thesis on this. Tokenized agents are like a large, huge, like narrative that's attracting a ton of attention. We just saw it attracted the attention of what's that guy's name that we just talked about that was interested in Kelly Claude?
Jason. There's Jason, but the A16, I'm pretty sure Mark Andreessen also showed quite a bit of interest in this as well.
Yeah, so we're seeing, A16Z interested in this, the founder anyway. Jason from All In Podcasts is interested in this. Who knows? Maybe he brings it up with Chamath and the guys from All In and David Sachs and them. But I have a broader thesis on this, that this is a much bigger narrative than than we are giving it credit for, in my opinion. And who knows, maybe um, maybe we see this sort of, my broader thesis is tokenized AI agents become like a sort of driver for alt season. And as it becomes easier to create an agent, more and more people will tokenize that agent on chain, because again, tokenization is the way to drive revenue, user growth. You can make revenue off the trading fees, yes, but you can also use the community to really drive and push the narrative around that agent forward. And so I think there's a lot of room to grow for this this narrative. And then on top of that, I think it will also reset the holding times that we're seeing on chain. I don't know if you guys if you guys remember all of those statistics, but hold times are like disgustingly low. We're talking like sub 5 minutes, sub 10 minutes, right? Like, people rotate so quick. And I feel like base has always been a place where it's been more slow capital. Things are more slower moving, but there's builders, there's quality builders more often than not, and there's quality holders more often than not. So the demographic around holding is a lot different on base, number one. Even soul guys have come over, and things are not saying it's only them, but things have retraced a lot on base. I'm not gonna lie, that is something that's happened. But at the same time, Felix has continued to hold pretty well. Look at this chart; it looks really strong. It's in price discovery. It's holding the highs, and I just feel like this narrative has a lot of room to grow. Base has a different demographic of holders that can kind of carry this narrative to higher heights, well above 100 mil. And I think this coincides with, if you're holding for a few months, it coincides with a summer bottom, and off that bottom, some of these things will be the quickest horses to bounce, or to even go further, in my opinion. So not just Felix, but I have this broader thesis around it, around the token itself, but also the narrative, the ecosystem that is base, and just overall crypto and the direction we'll take over the course of the next few months and into the rest of the year. And so I'm very, very convicted on Felix and Kelly Claude as well. Let's see. I don't know if you guys, I got some alpha for you guys I want to share. I got some deep alpha. I don't know if you guys saw this Nook. Nice little pullback. I would like it to pull back a little bit more, in my opinion. But let's go to the 2-hour time frame, and that kind of gives you a little bit better of a view of why I kind of want this to go a little bit lower. I put that there as the buy zone, in my opinion. Buy zone. We probably retest that. We can even, yeah, I would say that's the buy zone, to be honest. I mean, you could say that we could retest, we've retested the range that it's spent a lot of time in. As you guys know, I love ranges and looking at where price has spent a lot of time. So from this view, in this range is kind of where you'd want to be interested in. But in my opinion, if I'm looking at a range, I want to be interested more at the bottom of a range, right, than the top. So this could act as support, like this top of the range, but I want to see evidence of that. And I don't think anything will move that quickly. So I'm not like things aren't moving to 10, 20, 40 million market cap overnight. If it were, then that increases urgency. Okay, I now have reason to jump in sooner. But right now, like, a lot of things are choppy. So I'm pretty confident we hit this buy zone down here. And again, just pulling out the fib. I mean, just kind of seeing, okay, the 0.786 is a little bit above the buy zone, but still going to hold this true. But Nook, what is Nook? So I saw a few post about Nook, and I'm going to not share the search on this one. Holy moly. I'm not going to share the search on this
Classic search vamp.
Literally, I'm like, okay. Here's the Nook. Yep. So here's the Nook thesis that I saw. All right. Nook is one of the only tokens on Banker with actual native utility baked into the product. It's integrated directly into the coordination layer powering agents. Set up a bounty and reward other agents for completing tasks in USDC or Nook. Used in knowledge bundles, integrated into the marketplace economy. Agents can accept payment in USDC or Nook, embedded into the protocol itself. Nook Pilot is building the infrastructure for these AI agents to coordinate through, identify, reputation, memory, payments, all wired together. If agents are going to transact, collaborate, and earn, they need a native economic layer. And essentially, that's what Nook is building. And this guy here, Miyamoto, he actually posted something interesting about Nook. If I'm let me see if I can find it here real quick. Because he said it was one of those vague posts. Let me see here. Yeah, this is it. This is one of them anyway. At least 6 wallets I've flagged as VCs have been accumulating Nook alongside VVV Virtual's early smart wallets. I think people will slowly start to catch on this onto the scale of what's being built here. So basically, we're seeing VCs, the wallets that are connected to VCs anyway, kind of bid this. So a few things. What is it? Like we talked about, it's coordination layer, an economic coordination layer where you can have discovery, reputation, multi-agent messaging, and a marketplace to sell services. So this is more of an infrastructure play. The dev, he's followed by P. Marca and a couple other A16 guys, plus Peter, the Clawbot dev, and a few other things. What agents on Nook Plot will do, they'll sell services, connect it to existing AI agentic infrastructure. They'll improve their own models. They can pay a Nook or USDC. And then obviously we cover like the Nansen smart money buys that have been playing out. So early infrastructure play, the builder looks pretty solid. Follow some really good follows and known to be a prolific builder. So got this one on my watch list. Last one here on Nook, if I can say, is it this one? I believe it's this one. I think this. Still diving deeper and doing DD on this protocol with an AI researcher friend. It's honestly mind-blowing, potential to revolutionize the agentic economy and become the baseline layer for agent-to-agent and agent-to-human interactions. Leverages MCP, X402, stablecoin rails, native token powering and securing agentic transactions across the network. Planning to write a thread to break it down, et cetera, et cetera. Honestly mind-blowing. And he said something, yeah, but that's Nook. And there's a I think is this one the one that I saw on Nook? This is the one I saw on Nook that got me interested. Founder's last project was on Arbitrum and Ethereum mainnet. It reached 2 billion market cap and became one of the largest DeFi protocols and experiments in crypto. He was also a key founding contributor to one of the biggest DAOs in DeFi crypto history, is deeply connected with crypto native VCs, and is now building critical infrastructure for the AI agentic economy, all happening on Base. That's what got me interested. So, looking at this, it's sitting at, again, I think 2 mil market cap, or it's under 2 mil right now.
Can you send that tweet to me? I'm going to quote that.
Yeah, got you. Send it in private. Boom. So that's kind of something I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at it. I'm trying to eye an entry on this one. Let's see. Let me just cut that boy real quick. Let's see. Give me 1 second here, guys. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, this is what I'm looking at here so far. I want to keep an eye. Look at that. It's heading straight to our buy zone, boys. Like, that's crazy. But all gave you the breakdown live, once it hits. Hope you guys enjoy that. Let's see what else are we looking at here. And let me see something real quick. Dang it, I did all that charting on the market cap. Let me just real quick, guys, let me just switch over. Let me mark out the buy zone again. sorry. I apologize. Let me
Gotta have it for for next week.
For when this thing hits, I want to make sure we're fully ready and we remember this. So here and here. Perfect. So we got the range and we have the buy zone. Let me just mark this out, buy zone, and we can put this one at the bottom. Bang. All right, so there's the buy zone, and I can actually put this in the center as well. So that's the buy zone. That's what I'm looking at, and we're like going straight. Like I think I have some sort of limit order on this. So yeah, but that's Nook. And the key part of the key part of the thesis for me is it's an economic layer for AI agents, right? As we see experiments start to come out, we see agents start to, if it falls below buy zone, is that invalidated or do you keep buying? Good question. Not invalidated. I don't like to necessarily put stop losses or anything like that, because sometimes you have these wicks to the downside and they're just wicks. Or for example, Felix, I'm glad I didn't put a stop loss on that. I just left it. My buy was at 1.5 or something like that when we talked about it on stream. It fell to 700K, and then now we were just at 6 million the other day. So I kind of don't like, because on chain is so volatile, these stop losses can almost work to your detriment sometimes, depending on where you set them. But do I keep buying or is it invalidated? So here's the plan. I just like to keep things simple. I don't have as much time to monitor the trade. So I just buy in the buy zone. And as long as fundamentally it still holds weight, as long as the thesis is still intact, I still hold. So Felix, for example, was going down in price, but saw the agent was generating revenue, saw that the story was, starting to see, to leak out of CT. The thesis held. And so I just held. So that's for me, the buy zone is just kind of, because at the end of the day, you can't really always time the bottom, right? You can't perfectly expect to catch the bottom of every chart. What I like to do is just buy in an area where I feel is valuable. So if in this buy zone, it's at 1.5 million, I like that. 1.5, it's a 10x to 15 mil. I think this narrative has a ton of ceiling. And as long as I'm willing to wait, then I think I'm good. And so that's kind of the thesis. And I just hold right now in this current environment. I just hold until the thesis plays out. I think I tweeted about that the other day, but that's kind of my approach right now. So that is Nook. Another piece of alpha I got for you guys. I think let me clean this up real quick. Let's get, I think Molten can get out of here. I think Lauke can get out of here. Banker Wallet, I was really interested in that for a time, but price action isn't looking good. Let me see here. I'll keep Atlas Forge on here. I'll keep Anti-Hunter on here. Actually, maybe we just
Anti-Hunter just getting crushed.
It really took a hit. It really took a hit. I'll keep it up, actually. I'll keep that one up. Takeover, I was really interested to see how that experiment went, as well as Trident. I'll wait. I'll keep those on just to watch them from the sidelines. But let's prioritize the Nook chart. Let's move that one up. And then lastly, let's move Siri up. I can cover that one with you guys. I think that was a narrative that Elon was pushing. But the one that I wanted to talk to you guys about was, wait for it. Let me see if I can remember, because I just literally saw it not too long ago. Oh man, what was the other ticker that I had for you guys? Repo still trading sideways. Any thoughts? Let me finish this out, and then I'll get some thoughts for you. Yes, I remember Juno. Juno is another. Nice little pullback here, or not nice little pullback, I guess not. Looking at this chart, it needs to pull back a little bit more, in my opinion. Let's see here. Boom, boom. So these are the three. Awesome. So Juno, Juno's another one that I was looking at. This actually just came on my came across the desk though. So I still need this one to like pull back. So let's see. Let's chart out some areas. I guess I kind of like this area here. It's where we formed some level of support. We held that. We broke through it. We broke above it, held it, and now we're off to the races. And we held that one on a 12-hour. So let's look further down. Let's see. Let's look lower time frame here. Yeah, I like this. I like this. So it's confluent with the golden pocket. So I'll set a buy zone for right here. It's sub $1 million as well. So, decent. And then, do I set one for the 0.786? I mean, potentially. If we're looking at the 0.786 area, there's been a pretty good cluster of buys there as well. If we want to even say that, that's a nice little cluster there. That's what I like to look for on charts, is a cluster of buy and sells, like where price action has spent a lot of time. So let's eye that one. Let's eye that one. Actually, let's just keep this white. And then I'll just mark out the buy zone here as well. Yeah, so I'll say, man, I guess this is just more of like a DCA type of thing. So I'll say DCA 1, DCA 2. Let's put DCA 1 here. Let's put it inside on the right. And then let's put DCA 2 here. DCA 2 inside. Oop, that's DCA 2 inside on the right. And let's make that 2016. All right, cool. So let's say this. This is what I'm willing to do here. DCA 1 sub $1 million, DCA 2 around 500K, 600K ish. Why have the buy zone above your line of support on the 0.786? So here's the thing. On a pullback, Crypto Jones. Great question actually. On a pullback, on this first level of support here, I'm confident that it'll wick below. But let's actually zoom in real quick. And I think it's a really good question. Zoom in real quick. So we have a few lines of support. So this here between, let's call it 450K and 730K, that's a range. But this here at about 880K, that is a line of support. That's the first line of support that it'll come to. And that's a pretty decent pullback. I'm confident that, we'll see a pullback here enough to wick below that support level. So that's why I have the buy zone even a little bit below this line of support. But I just have this DCA 2 directly around the 0.786 because I'm not confident that we get all the way down to 500K. I mean, I don't know how this chart is going to get. I can see this chart getting from 1.1 oops, let me see how high this was. Yeah. I can see this getting from, almost 2 million down to 800K. I can see that I can see all the way down to 500, all the way down to, let's say 440K, 450K without a thesis being invalidated. I'm not sure if we get that. I'm not sure if we get all the way down there. So that's why I'm willing to buy even up here at directly at the 0.786K. I mean, at the 0.786 level at 600K. So again, this is charting on some micro caps. You take TA a little bit with a grain of salt because a lot of times, KOLs can move this price action, like some stuff on the timeline can easily move this stuff. So But that's the thought. That's the thought there. The bottom half here, this is just a range, and I should probably even just make these. I'll make these lines. I'll make these lines green just to kind of put that into perspective. But yeah, this is a range here, so I'm willing to buy anywhere in this cluster of buys. Here at this support level, we've seen a lot of interaction with it before. We've seen interaction with it. You know, here. It broke through here, but then it recovered and broke above and retested here, and then another retest here. So I'm definitely thinking we can retest this at some point, right? Like I'm definitely, you know, I'll leave that up. Let's see what's the date today, the 27th. Let's go to the 28th somewhere. Yeah. Let's go. Actually, let's leave this here on the 1st. That's Sunday. Might be in a liquid Sunday. If anything, maybe Bitcoin pulls back. But I'm pretty sure we get a nice little test of the DCA 1, but not sure we go all the way down to 450K. All right. So that's Juno. That's TA on Juno anyway. Sorry to spend so much time on that one, guys. My bad. Hit me up if you guys hit up the chat with any tickers, any questions.
Try repo
real quick, just to close out the Juno segment. This was the main reason why I got interested in Juno. I have the bookmark here, and then we'll move to repo. Let's see. I know I saved this tweet here somewhere. Let me see real quick. Sorry, guys. I saved the Juno tweet. All right. Well, basically the reason why I was interested in Juno, I saw a tweet about the revenue. Apparently Juno has like exceptional, pretty good revenue generated here so far. So that's really why I was interested in it. It had more revenue than I think it was like 10K or something like that. Let me see if I can actually see if I can get that here real quick.
I'll try and see if I can find something on it.
Yeah. Okay, so basically it's 4 to 5 revenue streams generating over 11,000. The treasury is over $100,000 worth. So that's really the main part of the thesis to cover with you guys is number one, it's generating revenue, and then number two, you know, it's also has a pretty fat treasury already. So there's a lot of optionality depending on what that's here's the tweet. It was OX Deployer, bro. It was OX Deployer. So Juno's treasury showing 102K with additional revenue streams on top. And here is the data feed. So total revenue generated so far is $10,000. And then again, 6 figures in treasury. And it's only been live for almost a month at this point. So that's the excuse me, that's the broader thesis. That's the broader thesis there. Crypto Jones, so are you looking to buy at fib levels ideally? Not always, but you know, I like to use the fib. The fib is my favorite thing to look at when I'm unclear as to you know, where to buy. On this chart, it's really hard to like, I usually like to buy at supports and stuff like that. I really stick to support and resistance. I try not to get too confusing with the TA. I only add layers of TA when I feel the need to. Like right here, it's just went up from literally 230K to 2 mil almost with like barely anything. So I had to even to get this first support line, I had to go all the way back to the beginning of the chart to really see like where support has been established. But, you know, if we look at something like a Kelly Claude, for example, very simple. Support line established here. Oops. Support line established here at like just below 7 mil. We've seen it interact several times in the past. We're approaching that level again, so likely a buy, right? I try to keep things super duper simple. And I try to buy on pullbacks. If it is pulling back, the fib kind of gives you better context, helps you to kind of, but I typically just try to, stay simple. Don't buy pumps, buy at supports, and on Bitcoin bad days, at least currently now in the bear market, and keep it simple that way. But for a chart like this one, to really get the full analysis of it, dang, I did all this charting on the market cap side. I'll edit it later. I won't do it live here, but it's just not enough price action for me to go off just, general support and resistance. I asked because I only use support and resistance and never pull up fibs, but maybe I should. It's a good tool. It's a good tool for when support and resistance isn't obvious. Like here, you can say maybe like I like to go on candle closes for my support and resistance levels. So maybe you can say, Crypto Jones, that this is a range, a bigger range here, and it kind of like with the slowly went above. For support and resistance, though, I like to use like 12-hour. Like I like to go high time frame, so I get like undisputed support and resistance levels. And 12 hours might not always work. Maybe the highest I can go is a 4-hour, depending on how long the chart has been alive. But you can argue that like this is a much broader range, and so that's why the DCA one would make sense here at 880K, just under a mil. But yeah, you don't always have to use fibs. So there's that. That's pretty much all the alpha I have for you guys base wise. I think everything else will be everything else. We covered Banker, Felix, Nook, Juno. We can cover Cyeri a little later. I don't think it's anything like it's pumped a lot off the bottom. So I don't want to go there too much. Let's go back to some ownership coins real quick. One that I'm super interested in, Umbra. It's at a really nice level here, down at the really at the lows here on the daily. Crypto Jones, this is another just support and resistance sort of thing. We're at support, so it's just makes it an obvious buy. Oh shoot, before we do that, repo, bro, I totally forgot. Let's do repo as our last thing on base, because I saw repo like was hitting a key support level as well. Price, cool, boom. So yeah, repo is pretty much ranging. Let me see here. Not much really to update on repo itself. Let me see if repo's Twitter has any great updates on it. Because I always knew that repo would be like a longer term hold. But it was kind of concerning when like this is like all AI agents. This is all like, this is all the stuff that's like key to this narrative. And it didn't really like to see it not catch a bid and like not continue on was like, okay, that
can you try re-pulling it up? It just it's kind of there you go.
Got you, my bad.
Thank you.
But
no.
This is so yeah, I would say boom. This is the buy zone if I'm looking to buy here. Thesis is simple. Great project at support. And I think this is a nice little tweet here on the timeline that Repo retweeted. Mainnet went live at TGE in late November. Just a few months in, the fundamentals are strong. 3.5K users in December. 90K plus today. Holy crap. What the heck? Dude, that's like, I'm trying to figure out the number here, but that's like almost like 30.
It's 30x.
It's almost like 30x in terms of user growth. That's crazy. Talk about a fundamentals and price mismatch, something that's been playing out all freaking cycle in crypto. But Yeah, huge growth. Wow, that's insane. 300 million votes committed, active activity proxy. 75% relocking rate. Holy Jesus. Dude, the last time we looked at this was 50%. 34% of circulating supply locked, 75% republishing across subnets. So, okay, so here's, guys, this is very, very important to consider on repo. All right, let me show you one thing. Going back to the repo chart. You notice anything about this repo chart? You might notice that this is the daily. This is the daily time frame on repo. I bet you if we go to 8 hours, it's gonna look like a dead chart. Like it's not a lot of wicking going on. It's very slow moving. You want to know why? Because most of the freaking supply is getting relocked. So if you guys don't know, there's this like sort of prediction market style way of using the repo protocol. So there's a prediction market layer that helps users to validate data. Basically, companies would want valid data to feed their AI models. Let's say it's videos on X or like an instructional video or it's whatever it is. They have to buy a chunk of repo, put it in a pool. Users would come use the prediction market type of platform to basically validate the data. Yes, this one is good. Yes, this one is good. Because you need human eyes to really make sure the data the real world data that you're training your model on is is high quality. So users are coming, and for that voting that they do on the prediction market, they would get rewarded from that pool that company bought. So they'll buy a pool of repo tokens. They'll buy a pool of repo tokens. They'll put it up as rewards for users. Users vote in the prediction market. They would then get rewarded those repo tokens. But 75% of those rewards that are coming to users are getting relocked because you need to stake your repo in order to participate. And so the fact that they have a growing number of users, they have a growing number of relock. The relocking rate the last time I saw was 50%. And then, just over a third of their supply is locked as well. And then 75% republishing. Crypto Jones, I'm pretty sure this means 75% is like the companies are actually like, continuing to come back and use the protocol. I think that's what that means. Wow, that's insane, bro. That is insane. Growing number of subnets as well. So if you don't know, just like Tau has subnets, Repo will have subnets. Maybe one would focus on, one could focus on robotics, another could focus on, AI agents or memory, or like there could be like different types of data to vote on. So they have different subnets for different types of data, and that's also a pretty growing number there. So wow, I mean, you're getting real value out of a repo buy here, in my opinion, for the long term. Have you considered staking your repo? I have not. I typically I've always been this way. I typically just like buying and holding. It's cool to like stake and get some of those extra rewards, but I do think that like, by staking that there's a extra contract risk, smart contract risk that's associated. Not saying that Repo has anything wrong with their staking contract or anything like that, but for me personally, I like to hold my assets in my custody. That's just a personal preference of mine. Unless you're telling me you're giving me like, a crazy percentage, but yeah, I just typically buy it, hold it, and just, and just keep it simple there. Because when you stake, there's just like more management, and there's just, I feel like there's just an added layer there that, I just don't want to expose myself to. Yeah, so that's the repo segment. So now we can officially, that's all the base stuff that we have. So now we can officially go back to ownership. Let's start there anyway. Let's start there. Looking. There's two that I really want to discuss. Wow, Avicii fell below 10 mil. Jeez, that's crazy. Another one where the fundamentals are there. The fundamentals are very clear, but unfortunately, the market is just not pricing that. So real quick, let me just organize this. Let me put Clay here. Boom, boom, boom. Let me put Avicii back there. And then lastly, let me put Orgo. That's my second favorite. And let me refresh so my charts pull back up. Okay. So 2 ownership coins that I want to talk about today. First is Umbra. Umbra, let me go to price, boom. And literally very simple thesis here. I wrote a tweet here just I think it was yesterday or so. When we talked to JW, the head of BD and growth at Umbra, I kind of talked a little bit about Umbra kind of being the privacy tech that can cure the on-chain, like the cure on-chain of, the copy trading, the copy trade farming and stuff like that. That's what I mentioned here. Privacy will cure the trenches. On-chain wars, copy trade farming, doxing based on wallet activity. The on-chain moves toward on-chain moves toward full privacy over time as a cure to the grifting extraction. Unless you are trading for social proof, i.e. FOMO, we probably move to privacy as a norm. Can see Umbra being a core piece to pushing forward a new on-chain standard. And it looks like the boy JW agrees. He said trading terminals are more than willing to come build on our SDK. Likely we'll see a huge demand for privatized trading with speed. So something to be aware of there. When they first came on Umbra, that is, they mentioned that when they first came on, they mentioned that they only built the SDK out of demand. It was a lot of trading terminals. They mentioned a bunch of people that essentially asked them for this. And so that's why they're building it. And I really think that this can kind of be a new standard that it's going to be a new standard that we see happening on chain, because just the copy trade farming is just so, oh my gosh, dude, it's just extractive, bro. It's the way I look at it, privacy can keep capital flowing normally, naturally, right? You can copy trade on FOMO if you want. If FOMO is the only place that people copy trade and maybe prediction markets, all right, fine. But just normal activity on chain, I think we should, have that privacy layer there. So that's Umbra. I think you're getting, for a buy here at the support levels. I think this is a good like DCA level long-term buy. And I think it's a huge narrative. Still think privacy is a really big narrative. Second, Orgo. Orgo pulled back pretty heavy, but we just got the news yesterday from Maya from Street that they'll be pushing here in March. So if you're a catalyst trader like my boy Game, I know a lot of you guys follow him. This is a really good area to again, another long-term DCA high value buy in this area. And I don't think they had any like recent updates, but again, this is another one that I'm like Repo. It's AI agents. It's literally everything that has to do with this. It's everything that has to do with this AI agent meta, but just hasn't caught a bid for whatever reason. I feel like people might blame like Spencer or something like that, but in reality, this is just a valuable project, and the founder is absolutely cracked. So we can even draw that out there. But again, like I mentioned, if we're in a range, I'd rather buy at the bottom of the range, not the top. But so we're in that range and we're at the bottom. So really good, great value buy here. So that's ownership, Umbra and Orgo. If Dom was here, Dom would be screaming at everyone to buy Kled below 15 mil. And I agree with him. Great area to buy, in my opinion. Let's see. What else do we have? So let's move on from ownership. I'm just going through some stuff here. We
It's
talked
crazy
about
that after like 10 months of ownership tokens, it's like that's kind of what there's left, It's
Yeah,
I mean, there's
it's
other
crazy.
projects out there, but man, all these charts look very, very similar.
Hmm. I think this is the area for just long-term buys. Oops, actually, I'm on market cap. So this this is an area for long-term buys, in my opinion. I think Kodak is a good one. Talked about it, I think, once before here on stream, but we had them on stream. This is probably months ago at this point. Maybe we get them back on at some point. But really good value buy here. Again, love to target the cluster buys. This is a range. Seems like a good place. They're in the Pump Fund Hackathon. I think they probably win. They're really good in terms of like the broader robotics industry as a whole has acknowledged the tech that Kodak is building. A lot of them use it. A lot of them respect it. So I think that's a good signal there on Kodak, and with the tailwind of the hackathon. So there's that. Let me see here. I think the only meme that I wanted to talk about here, I'll talk about two real quick. I'll talk about Buttcoin, and I'll talk about Punch. I think other than that, those are really the only two that I'm. We can talk Claude, I guess. Nah, we don't have to talk Claude. Okay, maybe we talk maxing. But anywho, let's talk Buttcoin real quick. Again, the lore behind this is basically like Bitcoin OG 0.786, kind of breaching the level, not really respecting it, but very good community there. And I don't know if it's. Let me see. Cluster of buys would be here. So, it's kind of approaching this level a little bit. Not really too interested in memes right now. I'm not even gonna lie. Not too interested in memes. But the one that I'd say, the one overall that I'm the most kind of interested in right now would be Punch. I'm seeing this everywhere. This little Punch monkey that has been bullied and stuff like that, and people are coming out to defend him. Andrew Tate wants to buy it. Um, we're seeing a ton of like high follower accounts on Twitter talk about it. So the mind share is there. Not sure if that's equating to price or if it's just the price is lagging that. Not really sure. But if you are interested in memes, I think Punch is probably a buy here. And I'd assume maybe we.
Tate wants to buy the monkey or the
Yeah.
token.
No, the monkey itself.
Okay, true.
So that's kind of what I think happens here for the monkey. Here over the next week or two, or I should say over the next couple days. I think what you see a lot of times is like these memes, they become really popular. They pull back to a place where people think it's over, and then it just rips out of nowhere. If you look back at Wojak was actually a really, really, really good example of this. And not saying it like it's a buy now or anything like that. Not really interested in it here, but back here, if you notice, you had this huge sell-off, huge sell-off. And people are probably like, oh man, like it's selling off, it's over. Right after that sell-off, you have an absolutely monstrous pump. Well, 2x could have been an easy swing. Or maybe this sell-off here convinces you that it's over. And then we see yet again, it pumps off the low here about 2.5x. So just a swing trading idea is more so the approach that I'm taking with some of these memes. I'm not like saying like, invest in them and hold them, but I'm saying like when you buy at some of these prices where it might seem like it's over, you can swing it for an easy 2x. You don't got to go in your whole portfolio. You don't have to It's just a swing trading idea, in my opinion, that could hold with the mind share that it's receiving. So I would say that's the only. I'd even like cancel out Buckcoin here. There's a lot of long-term holders over there, Buckcoin. I feel like that's a really nice community and good holder demographic there. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Punch sees some good days ahead. Yeah, these Crypto Jones. So I like to trade memes with like smaller downside. That's a really good question. So if I'm looking to let's go to real quick lower time frame. Lower time frame. I'd probably buy towards, again, this is a range. So I'm more so interested in the bottom of the range than the top. Let's see here. Let me just do that. So I'm interested more in a buy down here. Again, I don't know. I think this weekend might not be the best. I think Bitcoin might have a pretty bad day, but I'm good buying here at like 10 somewhere. I'm good buying at the bottom of the range. But as you notice here, the bottom, when you buy the bottom of the range, the invalidation is super tight. So invalidation is 6 mil. That's like almost minus 50%. So like I would, and I have my like I'll show you the Laurier chart that I have because it's pretty much set up the same way. When you have this like tight, super tight range, I mean super tight invalidation, but it's very easy. So you buy here, like let's say 10 mil. Let's say you buy 10 mil market cap. You swing it to 20 mil, I believe is the upside that I can get from this. You swing it to about 20 mil. Maybe it takes a couple of days to play out, but the risk reward is pretty decent. It's pretty decent, not gonna lie. Risk reward is really nice, almost 3 RR on this one, and I think you might even squeeze a little bit more out of this, but yeah, I'll say right here about 20 mil you can squeeze out. Nice little 2x off the bottom. But yes, I would set a stop loss on this. It's this setup I like because it's tighter in validation. Just looking at it from purely a chart perspective. But my invalidation on for a meme coin of this size would be price and not thesis primarily. Because the thesis is already there. Mind share is growing, and these things move pretty fast. So if it's not reacting to mind share, then it's just going to be sold off, and so that's why you have the stop loss there to catch it. Whereas with fundamental plays, price can move against the fundamentals, but the narrative will eventually catch up. That's what happened with Felix. The narrative caught up. It just took time for the AI to actually start generating revenue. So that's the whole thought there. I'm more willing to hold a fundamental play because again, you have real things driving the price rather than a meme coin play because I don't know how this thing is going to react. So I'd rather just save my money and shoot. If I re-enter, I re-enter. But I still think Crypto Jones's idea and Dom's idea here hold weight 1/3 of your budget. So every buy on a short-term trade, what's your budget for that? Let's say it's $1,000. I cut that into 1/3 in these type of market conditions. Because you can make money, but you can also lose money if you're aping at your normal size. So keep that in context. Still a bad market, but that's the Punch setup there. Let's see here. Let's go to the Claude Meta. I was talking about let's see here. I was talking about PSYOP anime on the timeline. PSYOP anime is really, I love this chart here. Love this chart. Like this chart is probably one of the cleanest I've seen on Solana. I mean, you just have this ranging price action here. And thanks for the questions, Crypto Jones. Zera mainnet live this week. Chart looks good from here. Yeah, let's I'll look at Zera next. In fact, I'll probably add it to the watch list. But yeah, PsyOp Anime looks pretty good here. Been ranging for a while. If you haven't noticed on PsyOp Anime, and I might even pull up the tweet that I tweeted out. I think it was either yesterday, I believe. Yeah, here's the tweet actually. So PsyOp Anime is looking good. Mind share is outside of CT. Thesis is simple. Why read the news when you can watch? Viral potential. It's already proven this. We've talked about how it's gotten like, millions of impressions in 24 hours. Anime is mainstream. I don't know if you see, but there's a ton of animes popping up on Netflix. They're getting deeply involved as well. And let's see here. You want me to link this tweet here specifically, Josh? Bet. So yeah, so we're already seeing that anime is mainstream. You look at Netflix, they're popping up anime after anime. They've actually created a like an anime kind of suite to pump out some of these series. And I don't know if you guys like have like any politics or conspiracy stuff on your For You page. You've likely seen this Dom Lucra account. But yeah, I didn't. I was like, I saw the Dom Luca. I'm like, okay, I saw it on the For You. And I was like, what the heck? PsyOp Anime. He posted it. But I sure do love this. I sure do love this. This is the State of the Union address, and I think I might have to stop sharing and reshare so the volume comes in on you guys' side. But I just love the last part of this clip.
この人たちは狂っている。卵の価格は下がっている。ダウ平均は5万ポイントを超えている。こんな負け犬どもの言うことを聞くな。アメリカは復活した。
Oh my
Boy,
gosh,
I love that.
the hockey shot.
I
at
know
the
you'd
end,
like that.
dude. Oh, that's good.
I know you'd like that. So yeah, dude. So PsyOp Anime is looking really good. Actually, real quick, I want to go to their profile, the PsyOp Anime profile, just to see. And let me just pull.
Now, wasn't there FUD around this that like they refuted the token or something like that?
Really?
Well, at first, right? Like at first they said like, oh, the token, we didn't create the token or something like that. And I could be wrong, by the way. I could be wrong. It's just,
I'm not sure. I haven't seen it, but I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure. Dang,
right.
dude,
Maybe it was that they removed it from their X profile or something. I don't know, and I could be wrong.
I honestly think that's probably for the best. I actually hope that they did because it seems less crypto shilly and more of like a place for news, right? Like what they're trying to be. Like for example, like I can see that. Oh, let's see here. Deleted. Another way to support is to hold PsyOp Anime Coin, which has a very active community. Oh, okay. So they did delete a tweet so maybe that could have been the FUD. That was about 2 weeks ago. So there could have been some FUD around that. But yeah, I mean, look at these follows, guys. Elon Musk. Do I dare say any more? But Elon Musk, you have P. Merca from A16Z, co-founder of Solana. You have the founder of XAI, CEO of Wintermute. Like, you know what I'm saying? PsyOp Anime has actually they've been really good. This is one of their first posts to go viral, by the way, right here. 1 million views, but there's been a few that have gone absolutely viral. This one on February 3rd about World War III, 500K impressions. But there's been a few that actually hit. Was this? Oh shoot, this is paper in the day, paper in the kitchen. Oh my gosh. There was another one
is that about the daycares or whatever?
Yes. That's pretty much. I'm pretty sure that's what.
I don't know. You gotta play some of these. Can't just gloss over them too.
I'm looking for one that because there's one that literally went to like 1 million views, like literally recently. Was it this one? Oh, this was the 500K. There was like I'm looking for the tweet that that went crazy. Oh yeah, see, like breaking 9. See, like look at this, bro. 1.6 million followers.
Breaking 911. Yeah.
Like their stuff is actually like reaching a very large audience. But I'm looking for specifically one that went like 1 million views recently. I don't think. Oh, this one, I'm pretty sure. Yes, the one with Sailor. Oh no, it didn't reach 1 mil. What? But I like this one though.
I mean, I can see it.
There was
I can see a generation that's really into this kind of stuff, just because it's like, yes, it's political, but it's also not like in your face, opinionated. It's more just entertainment.
Yeah. And it's just covering the facts too. It's covering the facts of exactly what's going on. There was one about Michael Saylor that was that one reached definitely 1 million. That was just a moment ago. That was a clip. That was a clip from the Michael Saylor. But you see, Bitcoin News picked up on it. PsyOp anime. I actually had this one bookmarked. I meant to show you guys that. But this was CZ. And this is CZ and here's the clip. Oh, it didn't reach quite 1 million, but here it is. Here it is. let me know if you can.
Ure.
The trenches.
This is my favorite part.
No.
I'll slow this part down. This is my favorite part.
Nani o miteiru? Soko da.
A bottom.
That's awesome.
Dude, I love that. But that's what I was trying to find this whole time. That's what I was trying to find this whole time. This one didn't quite reach 1 million impressions, but it did get reposted by a few others. Others like we saw Bitcoin News reposted that got almost 500K impressions by itself. I just absolutely love that. I don't think it has any utility. I think it's a complete meme coin, which in my opinion is more bullish. Like I don't think it has a any utility behind it. So there's that. Let's see here. I was looking at Blowfish, but that retraced heavy. Agent C. So we actually talked about this. This was one that, holy moly. I gotta claim cloud on this one. We were talking about this on stream on, was it Monday, Tuesday, something like that. And I said, look, this is a nice little cluster here. This is where I'd be looking. This is where I'd be interested. And as you can see, we're dead in the buy zone, guys. We're right dead center in the buy zone. Dude, I'm telling you, I don't know what it is. I just have a sixth sense about some of these entries. And it doesn't play out all the time, but more often than not, like my entries are freaking dead on, bro. My entries are dead on. But let's talk about this real quick. Agent C, because I know that this one, Dom said he missed a quick 10x on it because Tetsuo was the one that came out with this. Tetsuo was like one of the early AI agent, one of the early projects from the old AI agent season that took off. So, you know, that's kind of some lore behind it. I'm not really sure if there's like anything like anything thesis wise. Let's see if I can find something here. Thesis wise, I'm not sure what. I think they're in the Pump Fund Hackathon, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's also some of the excitement. All right, so let's read it. Let's read the thesis real quick. Let's tell you why I think Agency is the top contender in the Pump Fund Hackathon. Tetsuo and his team has been building nonstop. It's sleek, pocket-sized hardware devices that runs the complete Agency protocol directly on chain via Solana, powered by XAI and Grok. The agents use Grok as their actual brain for thinking, reasoning, talking, and handling tasks. It fully handles Agency staking, smart contracts, local ZK proof generation, 100% private, SOL rewards as well. It's also fully autonomous. Simply power it on and your agent starts working and earning for you. No apps, no intermediaries, pure on-chain execution. This is real tangible hardware delivering physical autonomy on Solana. No one else is shipping at this level. Okay, so basically it's a pocket-sized hardware that when you turn it on, there's an agent powered by Grok that's essentially, you know, making money for you essentially. And it's doing it all autonomously on chain. Not sure if this is like by trading or what have you, but I know Tetsuo is the one that's building this. Agency. This is the profile for the agent itself. I'm gonna see if there's any cool little articles or write-ups. Okay, this is pretty cool. Solana just made agentic payments an official category on payments.org right next to remittances, card issuance, and corporate treasury. The same page that features Visa, PayPal, and Western Union. Agency has been building trustless agent-to-agent payments on Solana since day one. ZK escrow, and all that good stuff. So it looks like they've built the hardware with voice command that leads to on-chain execution, so you can text and do voice. Now they're building the operating system. Let's see. The agent is one process among hundreds. That changes with phase 2. Agency operating system is a custom. Oh man, the scrolling on my mouse I have to buy a new mouse, bro. It actually just started messing up. Anywho, Agency OS is a custom Linux distribution built from scratch with Yocto. That's a bunch of technical jargon that I'm very limited in understanding. What this means, boot time drops. Not sure. This is a lot of technical jargon, not gonna lie. But basically, they're building a physical hardware device. Now they're moving on to building a software system, or I should say an operating system that powers this device. And let's go to their docs, I guess. Crypto Jones, Agency, is it token gated? Not really sure. Let's look at their docs and see what their docs say about tokenomics. Usually it's all the way at the bottom. Dev guides, roadmap, white paper. I don't see anything about token economics and business model. All right. Let's see. How does the agent make money? Earns rewards for completing tasks, register and sell skills on on-chain skill marketplace, revenue sharing model, reputation system. Where's the token utility? Staking. Agents stake tokens to register. Higher stake equal more trust, better tasks, lower fees, creates buy pressure, escrow payments. Task creators post rewards in the token. Agents earn it for completing work. A core economic loop. Reputation. Agents stake their own reputation. Lockup tokens create skin in the game. 7-day cooldown to withdraw. Token holders create proposals and vote on Protocol changes, direct say in the protocol's future. Agents buy and sell skills on chain. Token is the native currency. Revenue. Okay, so basically, token is the token is the base layer of the kind of economic system that they have, and to have a reputation in this economy, and to be able to register your skills, make money. You have to lock up your tokens, and the longer your lockup, like the better, the higher, the more that you're trusted and stuff like that. So that's the token is the economic like kind of layer for this whole model. So okay, interesting. I would love to see like something a little bit more. Um, but I mean, it's pretty early stage. I think this was just built, I mean, a couple days ago, 2 days ago. So this is pretty early. So we'll see. We'll see who gets involved in this and stuff like that. That's kind of really that's who I'm waiting. That's what I'm waiting on to see. Who's involved, who, you know, how much of these physical hardware devices are they selling? How many agents are actually being spun up? Because to power an economy, you really need you need you need economic actors, right? In this case, agents, AI agents act as these economic actors. So you need more and more of these actors. So that's really um that's really that. To me, this is it's in the buy zone, something to keep an eye on. Crypto Jones, man, there are so many agents coming out. It's tough to know what's legit. Definitely is. It definitely is. Uh, to me, I'm mostly the way I'm looking at this whole meta, and honestly, it's moving a lot faster than I can keep up with because you had OpenClaw, you had ClaudeBot, you had like all these different and remember, I'm not an A like I looked into AI during the AI season back in 24, but I don't know like the intricacies of AI. Like I just know what I've read about, but it's like all the tech around these AI agents and like all this stuff, bro, like it's all new to me. So, I'm just I'm just trying my best to understand. But for me, the way I'm filtering things is I'm filtering autonomous agents that generate revenue. That's my filter. Um, I like, and then infrastructure that powers that. So, I think Nook, for example, is one of them. Kelly, Claude, Felix. That's why I've been so kind of vocal about those two specifically. Um, so yeah, rappers for the most part, yeah, yeah, but yeah, 100%. A lot of them are. A lot of them are. I mean, this is no different than like back in ETH utility days when we had a ton of AI projects coming out. They were all ChatGPT rappers, right? Um, but I'm more so interested in the Felixes, the Kelly Claudes of the world. I'm looking at an agent that can generate revenue on its own, and I'm looking at an agent that's trying to attack a massive TAM. I think Kelly Claude does that as well. Would love an
Fada. Yeah,
of
let's do this one.
Fada Gochi. All right, let's see. Fada. Let's see. Fada. Whoa. 21K market cap.
The old 21K market cap. Oh my goodness.
Unfortunately, emotional Fada. It's a little bit too low of a market cap. We have 8,000 followers. We stream to a pretty decent size audience, and at 21K market cap, it's like very very PvP. I don't want like anyone being used as exit liquidity or anything like that. But
AI pets, 100 million Fada stake, fully playable game, 100 players.
got it. Well,
What's their X handle? Emotional Fada. Yeah, 21K is just too low, man. Honestly,
yeah,
like
it's too low of a market cap. Yeah.
peak, good market. We were always saying floor is 500K. Because you get a little bit of a crowd kind of whatever, but I think now our floor has got to be probably 100K.
Showcase the game then. I'm the dev of this. Good play for a $10 entry.
Yeah, man. Look,
Really
you're
just
not
struggling to get eyes. Yeah.
you're not the only one. You really got to have something unique and interesting in this market to get attention. It's tough. So here, Theta, go check it out if you guys want. But tough to show for a $10 entry maybe. But yeah, man, good luck. Honestly, it's tough. It's really, really tough.
Yeah.
There you
for
go.
sure.
There's the website, fetagachi.com. I'm the dev of this game. And drop your X handle.
Yeah, we'll put you in the show notes. Our show notes, honestly, like that's where all the alpha sits. So a lot of people look there. So
Where's your token based? Is it Meteora, Pump? Is it Bags? Let us know.
Yeah, let us know, Emotional Theta.
If you're in the Meteora Eco, go search at Meteora Eco account and then go work with them. They can get you some attention. Bags. There you go, dude. Go. All right, here we go. Go before you show Loria, can you just throw open the Meteora Eco X account?
Yeah. Let's see. Meteor
And hey, look,
Eco.
emotional Theta. If you do succeed and your token does perform, you can come back on here and you can tell us that, and we'll be very proud of you. So
No, 100%, bro.
If you're a Bags token or a Meteora token, this show is sponsored by Meteora. You can go to DM this account, and there you'll see Vesper around her name, and go message Vesper and just say, "Look, I'm want to get some attention. I talked to the guys at MCG. My market cap's a little low, but tell her what you're building, and she'll help you get a little content out there." But yeah, we just gotta keep it at 100.
Yeah, we don't want to. Yeah, we're all about transparency here, keeping it.
Yeah, look, Bags is busy, guys. They're building core product, but Meteora Eco is really for supporting the ecosystem. So they'll have maybe you'll have a better chance there.
And yeah, man. I mean, yeah, for sure. Like whenever things get going, you can definitely come back on the show. Much love to you, man. Hopefully things go well building. It's a bear market, so at the end of the day, it's a tough market for everyone. But I respect the grind. So yeah, that's the Meteora account as well, the Meteora Eco account that you can DM. Awesome. So Crypto Jones, we were talking about like tight invalidations just a moment ago. Loria is kind of one of them. I consider it a sort of meme coin for now. I'm not really sure what Andy Avery wants to do with this, but this is another one with like, really good R&R here, but tight invalidation. So I'm loving Loria here. But a lot of things are getting sold off really quick. Let's see. Is there anything on Bags? Anything happening on Bags? ZHC is up quite a bit.
I'm wondering if ZHC is getting we're talking like 400K here, guys. It's tough for this market. We've tried to get Brian on the show a few times. He says yes and then gets distracted with something else. But I wonder if this is off this, whole layoff thing. Like the Kobesi letter just posted like all these layoffs. Bosch 13,000, Verizon 13,000, Dell 12, Accenture. Like there's a lot of announced layoffs here, and I'm wondering, there's this neat as well. Is got a little narrative bid around this, but yeah, I mean, let's do a bag segment though while we're here. I like this.
Yeah, Bags Eco. So we had Loria. We had Loria here. Let me look. This is market cap. All right, here we go. Nice tight invalidation here, sitting at key support. I really like Loria. You can't really fade Andy Avery, especially with what he's done in the past. So I think it's important to just at the very least keep an eye on Loria. But the market is tough. The market is tough, right? Like never chase, like don't chase candles. Just the other day, they went from 2 mil all the way to almost 5 mil here, but it got sold off pretty quickly. So market is giving you a ton of opportunities to DCA, ton of opportunities to get an entry if this is something that like kind of piques your interest. But Andy Avery is actually a very supportive of the whole bags model. And yeah, would love to see kind of what becomes of Loria. Outside of that, GSD, Crypto Jones, you asked about GSD. So here is the GSD chart, and again, I just want to make sure that that I claim the clout here right before. So I drew this out, and I'm sure a King's Mentality, Crypto Jones, Top Fumbler, if you're here, like I'm sure you guys were on. I know Low Cap Gem Hunter was on, and we were talking between me and him in the chat. And I was telling him on stream, I was like, look, I love GSD here because he was kind of like, he wasn't understanding why I wasn't bullish at that point. And I was telling him, I was like, well, look, it's a rising wedge. And an ideal entry for a new trader in this coin would be it falling to like a mil or even the 0.786. And I told him I'm willing for it to fall to the golden pocket. And literally that's exactly where we're sitting right now is the 0.786. And I mean, it dropped below the golden pocket, but like for a long time, it was in this nice little buy zone here. So, GSD, we'll see how it goes. I think more so it's not a problem with GSD, the technology. It's more so a problem of, the market not really knowing how to value these things. Is it a meme coin? But when it was said that it was a meme coin, this sell-off resulted, right? When the GSD dev said, oh, okay, this is a meme coin, boom, sold all the way off, right? And on the other hand, I don't think it's a utility coin. Like, the GSD dev was kind of like trying to pull the community on, okay, well, how do we make utility for this? He's trying to figure out how he can put it into the product. And that puts us all the way back to the ICM days when we were talking with a ton of founders on like how to get utility, how to make their token valuable by means of utility. And I think when you fall back into that loop, the way to make your token intrinsically valuable is a street with an SPV or an ownership token with MetaDAO or a DRP standard with SOAR or something equivalent. I think Meteora is also working on some stuff as well. So if you want your token to have intrinsic value, that's what you need to do. If it's not that, to me, it's a meme coin. I don't care if you call it utility or whatever. It's a handshake agreement between you and the team if there's no actual structure. Here, Crypto Jones, I would say the thesis is invalidated for me on GSD. Love the dev, love the product, love what he's building. But if I were to zoom out here on like a higher time frame, I would say the price action has never been the same since, let me draw a vertical line, since the infamous tweet, since the meme coin tweet, the price has never been the same. And I'll tell you why. But yeah, this is thesis invalidated for me. But this white line here represents when that tweet happened. And again, you're either a meme coin or you're a token with intrinsic value, i.e. equity on chain, ownership token, DRP, SPV model, or Futarki model, right? So you're either that or you're a meme coin. The moment that you flip flop, I think the market, I think the setup just is invalidated. So you say it's a meme coin, the community reacts, in not a favorable way. And so you say, okay, no, it's not a meme coin anymore. but let's figure out how we can give this utility. So now you're flip-flopping. Now you're trying to find a way to make the token valuable. And so that's why I sometimes, especially with PSYOP Anime, Crypto Jones, just a moment ago when you asked if there was any token utility, I said no, it's a meme coin. That's more bullish. That's why when something is just a meme, it's just more bullish because there's less questions around it. It's more of a vibe, right? It's more of a vibe than anything else. And that's what I feel like with PSYOP Anime, for example. It's not a utility coin that's attached to the business or anything like that. It's just a meme coin that represents, kind of the vibes around PSYOP Anime, the community, stuff like that. And the moment you flip flop, that's when the thesis falls apart. So for me, the thesis has been invalidated.
Yeah, and Crypto Jones, I'm not gonna lie, I sold mine at a loss, unfortunately. And I love Lex. I know there's a product coming out. There was supposed to be a podcast he did with Solana Foundation that was supposed to drop, but yeah, we didn't get any of that. And I haven't seen that come through. So that said, I mean, some of the features Bags is doing, I think, is really interesting. Like, I think for Lex, features like that will be very helpful because he can just kind of add, toggle his fee routing and add add the dex boosts and stuff like that really easy. And he doesn't have to worry about, because he's not necessarily a meme coin promoter. So he doesn't have to go think about how to use dex screener and that kind of stuff. He can just kind of direct fees towards it. So yeah. Man, again, it's just it's such a rough market to hold stuff. The stuff I see running, like the Punch of the world, I don't know. It's just not my style of tokens. Like, I like kind of more technical utility based stuff. And I just have a hard time seeing anything that's kind of this frontier technology holding a bid. So I did bridge some funds to Base and I hadn't traded on Base for like a year and a half to get a little bit of Felix and some of the other tokens on Base. But yeah, other than that, I still have some funds on Solana. I will get back into Bags a little bit. I'm kind of looking at some Bags tokens now, but I need to see a little more just market acceptance of Solana trading again outside of pump fun.
That's really important, looking for market acceptance, because we live and have been trading in a market that does not always acknowledge the fundamental aspects of projects. And so it's just one of those things where don't trade the market you want, trade the market you have. And that's the market that we have right now. Markets that don't really price things according to the fundamentals. They price it according to hype, to vibes, etc. And I think we're in this sort of death spiral in terms of the trader mentality. People are just trading for quick profits. Yeah. It started with this 2021 alt season of, oh wow, if I hold a coin from really low, it'll go to really high, to now in this sort of like pump fun era where it's like, no, like unless I'm in something sub 50K, like I'm not bullish on it. Unless I'm in something like sub 100K, I'm not bullish on it. No one's willing to buy stuff at like 10, 15, 20 mil market cap. They're just, to them, it's just not it's just not worth it. So the stealing,
our mindset has totally been destroyed. And it kills me because I see like Jelly Bean, Punch, Pigeon, these just like, I don't know if these are what's going on with these tokens, but they just get absolutely bid up. And some of them, to their credit, they kind of, they're older deploys that, I mean, older in like the last month, that kind of languish. And then all of a sudden they're like 300K to 7 million. So yeah, I mean, it's challenging. Orgo definitely is one that we hold and will continue to hold. Like again, Orgo Clad, those are non-sellers. I just don't see any reason we'd sell them. I really want to see what happens with Street. So, anyways, long story short, with me is just it's tough looking at it.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna make a
But
tweet
GSD, like I will say, GSD, with all due respect to GSD and Lex, it's probably like it's held up pretty decent. Like if you bought it anytime in the last kind of couple of weeks, you're not down crazy. It's not like it's down 99, 95%, and you're like, cooked as other meme coins are. So why?
Yeah.
I'm curious to find out your take here, because the numbers that's been shared publicly is, $300 million raise, valuation, 10% equity anchor. So that would imply the Gled, market cap should be fair value $30 million, let's say, just by that math. So curious to hear your thoughts. I mean, yeah. So that's like a 2x from here, right? So, but yeah.
Yeah.
Any other bags tokens? I mean, like I was in the Wall Street Bets token for a little bit, the WSB one on bags, because I thought they would do like their conference or whatever. But then Reddit like sued them or gave them a letter of whatever. Let's see what else is on
Like a cease and
bags.
desist.
Yeah, cease and desist. So, there's always like whenever you mix IP with a token, it can get a little dicey. PPW. Like I see the Mario Nofal account talking about PPW all the time. Actually, throw open PPW. This is at 390. So this is up actually from when I talked about it last week.
I used to really like it's not a bags token, right?
Yeah, it is a bags token.
Oh, it is a bags token. Okay. Yeah, like PBW, I watched this one for a long time in the early, like this was back, it went like back here. I was watching it back here when the market was running with prediction market stuff, and that was the whole talk of the town. I remember us looking at the website a long time ago, and the website is super cool. It had this like had the map of like where prediction market stuff is originating from and all that. But yeah, like I mean, as far as like historically on this price chart, I mean, on a daily, this is on the daily chart. It's literally at the lowest of the low. Like this is like a buy zone is probably right here, right? Like this is a great chart, but I just don't not sure about whatchamacallit. Like what exactly is driving this price action. I don't know if Mario Nofal is like a bull. It's more of a bearish signal for me. Anything that he talks about or is involved with a lot of times, because he's just like a lot of his stuff is paid. It's not necessarily like natural alpha. It's more like paid promotion type of thing with him. So
And you're
sometimes I'm just not
absolutely
really sure.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, the only reason I bring it up is just because the account gets a lot. I think it like this was like a game token and Mario Nofal was talking about it, I'd be like, okay, that's definitely sus. But because it's like relevant to what's going on in the world right now, and the utility is like prediction market users will use it. Now, again, back to what Chill is saying here, it's like, what is the catalyst for the token? What brings in that, that incremental bid for something like this? Like, do the token holders, do they have a stake in the platform? I mean, I think that's unclear, but if you go to the product itself, like the pizza token is like a very clear part of the product. It's promoted at the top, it's down at the bottom, the contract address is in there. So yeah, I don't own any PPW. We did talk about it last week, and it had a nice little bounce, but and I didn't own it then either. But I mean 390, this is definitely, I agree. I mean, like, what is your risk on this? Like, yeah, are you risking 10, 15, probably 30% just because it's such a low float token here, or a low market cap token, risk 30%. But I mean, if it goes viral and everyone's on the product, and I don't know, it has a chance, these things could see resurgence. So, but yeah.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Real quick, let me see. What I was gonna mention something. Here. Oh, yes, yes. Shout out my boy Nagato, bro. For arting the stream. Hold on. Let me show you this, Josh, real quick. Just little side quest for a moment.
Yo, side quests.
Nagato, Nagato Dharma, Chad, he retweeted our stream just just a moment ago.
nice.
So shout out him for doing that. But yeah, let's see here. So that's Bags. I think my number one pick on Bags right now is Loria, though. Overall, I think from a dev perspective, Andy understands the what it takes to be successful in crypto on the AI side, number one. But number two, he sees the vision, the broader vision with Bags in and of itself. When we were talking to the Soul Tomato dev, he was talking about how it's really important for mechanisms like this to kind of have some crowdfunding that can really, if you're a good dev, you can actually push something very powerful forward. For him, it was the experiment with the tomato. But Andy also is seeing the vision on the Bag side, and he's also looking at how to push this forward. So yeah, I think Loria to me has the most potential on Bags.
I don't want to break our rule here, but I did see the Wiseman posted out and literally only us and the Wiseman are really covering Bags in a really meaningful way. But they posted that Eliza, they got what's his name, Shaw, on a podcast that's dropping very soon for Eliza. Okay.
Wait, the Wiseman got Shaw on a podcast?
Yeah, bro, go to the Wiseman's X account.
Jeez. Okay. All right. One sec. I just gotta copy CA real quick. Bang. All right. Let's see here. Wiseman. Wiseman Alpha. Shout out them though. They've been doing really good work. I'm not gonna lie. The guys at Wiseman. I can't seem to find their X account. Let me see. Oh, I see the link. I'm pulling up the link now. All right. So here it is. The Wiseman Alpha, Wiseman Mentors, the Wise Ones Developer Spotlight Series, exclusive one-on-ones with blockchain's biggest builders. No crowds, no fluff, just raw alpha. Episode 6 dropping this week with Shaw. Wow. Very nice.
Yeah. So I mean, this is great for them, by the way. Good
Yeah.
dudes. I'm glad. And also, they were covering this when, they weren't getting any love on the timeline for it. So
nice. Let me see here.
when is the podcast dropping?
Let's see. I wonder when. I don't think they say. Dropping this week is what they said. Dropping this week. And I mean, it's Friday, right? So this was 2 days ago. So let's see if it dropped.
I didn't see it, so
No, I didn't see it either. So maybe this week.
Yeah. So anyway, like maybe do a really quick My Lady AI and Eliza okay. Quick just check in on the chart.
Yeah, let's see.
Is it .ai? My Lady AI. I don't know if you can pull it off. Let's see on the bags. I can try and get you some CAs here if you need.
What's the ticker called again?
Eliza okay. Yeah.
I think I might have it. Oh shoot, that's oof.
I know it's sub. We're gonna break a rule here, guys, but I mean, Shaw makes magic, bro. Shaw makes magic. We're gonna break a rule.
All right, guys. Disclosure: this thing is like 80K market cap. Like,
Yeah.
so
80K market cap.
I'm not in. I'm not getting in. Like, at least like not right now. Like I don't know what this is. I've literally just heard about it. I'm not even gonna chart this up because there's no reason to chart up an 80K market cap token. But you know, for context, this is the chart.
So okay, here's my thinking around this. I don't know if Shaw has motion like he did on Eliza 1 and AI 16Z or whatever. But I mean, hey, if he does, and this does work, I mean, 80, like as Crypto Jones said, the $10. What's the 10? Good play for a $10 entry. I don't know. Again, I don't know, but like I just want to draw attention to this ecosystem because unlike other launch pads and stuff like that, there are real builders that are engaging with bags. Like that's a fact. And then on top of it, they have all these like great features. They seem like they're cooking. Reed from Fitted had a really good segment on Finn being like, let the guy cook. He's, knows him from back in the day, pre-bags, and good dude. I've never met Finn, so I don't know, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, but Solana needs something. There needs to be a competitor to pump. We need to see a competitor to pump. We have to. We can't let Pump Fund just run the extraction noodle out of this entire market and just get all the volume. And it's just the only ecosystem that's healthy is Pump. No way. So, I mean, we had ICM, we had Believe. I was like, oh, thank God. Something other than Pump Fund. Believe got dusted. Thankfully, we have Street and Soar and Metadata came out of that. But right now, kind of those narratives are not very hot. So we need something else. Bags app is like the only thing that I think can legitimately compete with Pump in terms of its features and the people there. It's just the traders have shown up, but Ralph didn't do so well. And there was that saga. So there's my thesis. Nothing to chart. Maybe My Lady AI is a bit bigger of a market cap, but chill. Go ahead. Your thoughts.
Here's my take. Here's my take on this. So if you look at the article and you look at the context, it says basically Shaw built this open source AI agent framework that trended #1 globally, thousands of agents across, powered by thousands of agents across Solana. Okay. So he held this position from 25 Milady is community launched. Creator fees went to Shaw. He's now claimed them. They're all going to the building of the network. Shaw has assembled a network of developers from around the world, et cetera, et cetera. Liza OK is the first autonomous agent running on the Milady AI platform. It named itself. It earns its own revenue. It taught itself skills it was never programmed to have. Here's my only problem with this, which I think Soju has alluded to. The solution is this was a community launched token for Shaw. He can claim fees off the trading, but how is the token going to benefit from this? That's my question. How is the token going to benefit from Shaw claiming fees. And I understand that it's Shaw, but I don't really know if he'll be the one to push it or anything like that. Um and lastly, the Soju comment. If you go back a few weeks, Soju went on a podcast and basically he said, they're thinking of creating this thing called Bedrock. And Bedrock is basically like an in-house legal framework solution for all projects. And I can see a world where I believe he was talking about this in terms of bags. When you click to claim, it automatically creates this legal framework that's housed within Bedrock to then, kind of create some structure around the token. So it's not just claiming fees and it's this meme coin. It's now sort of like an ownership token, and it like comes with like a legal structure and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm not sure about the token. I know the bags model in and of itself, and my bad for probably making you guys dizzy. The bags model in and of itself, I think is really cool. I think there is a proof of concept there from our conversations with devs like the tomato dev. But I think tokens launched in this fashion, like the community launching it for someone, I don't know. I don't know if that part, like that's the part that for me here with Eliza OK and Shaw, I'm not sure where the connection is for this token specifically. Not sure if like is Shaw gonna support this or what have you. You kind of run into those questions. So yeah, that's my raw take there.
That's a good take. Maybe do the My Lady AI token, because that one is higher. That one's at like, again, guys, 260K. Like 10 months ago, these tokens would be a lot more valuable.
Well, Lady AI.
I need
emotional fade. I guess rules change when it's your own bags. It's not my bags, bro. Not my bags. And to be fair, brother, to be fair, this is like 4x the size of your coin.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Hey, don't be. First off, we said 80K is too low, but My Lady AI is 250K, and again 21K though. Come on, 21K is crazy.
That can
work.
easily be PvP'd, but like
That's
we
like-
were very clear. We don't own Eliza OK. This is more so just like a journalistic style coverage of it because of the article from the Wiseman, which was a beautifully written article, by the way. That
shout out Wiseman.
Yeah, it is really, really well written. And they have literally Shaw coming on an interview later this week to talk about two of these tokens. So, if anything, it's just a way of covering like exactly what these tokens are. And,
and who knows, maybe Shaw really clarifies like his position on the token, and, market gets confidence and it reprices, right? Or has, bags app season V2 or something. I want to come back to this clip and be like, all right, we put it on your guys' radars. At the end of the day, nothing discussed on here, you should ever make a decision based on it. What you should do is say, okay, interesting. Now I know it exists. I saw some on-screen DD, add it to a watch list. Just watch it.
Here's how I view like all the things that we talk about. We aren't the beginning. We're not the be all end all of your research. Like we add additional context. We add, from my end, there's the TA context that I add. There's some fundamental research that we do, the live DD that we do. But this isn't like the place you come to make a decision. You have to do the research on your own. I mean, we can flip on like a thread that we find on Twitter. We can go through a website, but like we're not here like reading white papers and looking at TAM of the market and doing this like super in depth. That you can follow me for that. I do that on my personal account, and we kind of do as much of that live as we can. But it's all up to you guys, man, to make those decisions. So yeah, we're not changing rules or anything. You're literally coming on our stream to trying to shill a 20K market cap token. we're covering the fact that, you know, Shaw is about to be on a podcast later this week, and 2 tokens are about to be discussed. Two different things. Yeah, and A16Z went to 2.4 billion. Like Crypto Jones says here, A16Z went to 2.4 billion. I think he's got a bit more clout. don't, don't you emotional?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but that's the end of that. That's the end of that. Moving on.
We don't want to rail on that, but yeah.
Moving on. Milady AI, just real quick on that. Chart actually looks a lot better.
Bro, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Like,
This,
chart actually
like,
looks like something's going on here. Let me see real quick. Some sort
Bags
of,
app needs something going on, and
let's see. Yeah. Something like that.
you're getting the old ego trip. Yo, Chill doesn't even have an ego. That's
come on, dude. Come
this
on,
guy is
relax.
You're talking to an anonymous PFP, my guy. So there's nothing there.
Wait, Josh. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh. There's an anonymous person online that I have no idea who it is, and like they're coming after me, and like, oh my gosh, it's just too much for me to handle, bro. Like,
it's too much, bro. Just end stream now. End stream now.
Oh my god, dude. I mean, guys, dude, we're just traders, man. We're just traders
having
in the
fun,
market.
trying to make a little money, have fun.
That's it, man. That's it. Anywho, this is the Milady.ai chart. So that's the other thing. It's like, okay, he's coming on this podcast. There's 2 tickers. Which one is like, okay, which one's the one he's gonna endorse? Which one's the one that like has direct, direct sort of which one has like direct bearing on like, exactly what he's building or what he's doing type thing. Yeah. So that would be my question. Better go fix your hair, chill. Shout out Dom. Yeah, so that's that. I think honestly, I think that's it. We've gone through like quite a bit today. We've gone through quite a bit today here.
We do actually have some UFO guy that might be joining here in the next minutes for a quick chat. I don't know if he's going to join or not. He has a pretty big following, and I saw he retweeted the stream, and now it's the viewers are going up. So if you're UFO people, welcome. Again, this is another token that we don't have any position in. We don't know anything about the dev. We just got introduced to them. UFOs are kind of hot right now, and so
I'm gonna just flip on the Bitcoin chart for a quick sec.
The disclosure. So, and none of our it's not sponsored either at all. The only sponsors we have are what you see on your screen: Meteora, Orgo, Mobi, and I guess MCG sponsors itself.
Yeah. kinda technically. But not look, guys. Oh, by the way, Nook is kind of nearing our buy zone. Not really wanting to give a full-on pullback, but yeah, Nook is looking kind of decent here. But anywho, yeah, look, when it comes to stuff that we discuss on stream, like we're full disclosure kind of guys. You know what I mean? Like we let you know if we're in, if we're interested, if we're planning on getting in, stuff like that. Nobody pays to get on MCG on the MCG streams. Like literally it's all just free DD that we're doing.
Yeah.
And I've said this many times before, but I'll say this again, to be it is from a financial perspective, crypto rewards you more if you're being a bad actor than if you're being a good actor. It's actually hard to be a good guy in crypto. Like to not, like it'll be real. Like you guys wouldn't imagine how many over the years, how many crazy DMs I've gotten, people that want to buy my account, people that want to like just pay me to do, like promote all sorts of like stupid crap. And I I'm not for that, so I don't do it. But obviously that means I don't make the money that they're giving me, right? Like I have to go out and do the hard work. I have to, like I have to get better at my TA skills, get better at like reading the market, get better at doing research quickly. I have to build a strategy, a mental framework, a worldview. Like I come in, bro, and I do the hard work. Like, and that's what we do here at MCG. That's what we display on these streams. That's why we've caught so many crazy runners over the last, like 8 to 10 months. Going back to, I mean, this market has been choppy for a while, but we still managed to discover some of the, some good value stuff. You know what I mean? But it's not like we're out here like truly like making money off doing these streams for a long time. You know what I mean? It's literally just free value that we're giving away.
Our work is
King's
sponsored by
mentality.
Meteora, though, so thank you to Meteora.
Yes. Now it is. Yes. Now our work is sponsored, so that definitely
and you might
makes a
see some
huge
new
difference.
sponsors pop onto the stream soon.
Low
So
key,
there are
low
some people we
key.
might be working with that we're excited to announce, but we think they're good contributors to the overall ecosystem.
Yeah.
MCG, best of the best. Appreciate you, King's Mentality. What's your take on the Maya interview, Chill?
I that's a good question, Crypto Jones. Coming out with tons of good questions today. My take on the Maya interview for Street. I'm bullish Street. Like that's first. Let me get that out the way first and foremost. I'm bullish Street. Why? I've always been bullish on Street because the first time that we talked to them, and I mentioned this on the interview, they got pulled into a meeting with A16Z, not AI16Z with Shaw, but the real A16Z with P. Marca, the Mark Andreessen guy. And ever since then, I realized that TradFi was interested in ownership models. They were interested in how to make tokens intrinsically valuable. Unfortunately, they don't have the know-how to really come up with these things. And going back to our interviews and chats with SOAR Foundation and Tom, going back to that conversation, we have he's mentioned that startups will be the ones to uncover the solution. Startups will be the ones to come in and basically solve this problem. And then it'll be on TradFi on the regulatory side for them to choose what to accept as the solution. Buddha, check Kelly Claude, bro. We actually discussed Kelly Claude earlier, but I'll be happy to go back through it with you. I'll be happy to go back through it with you. But that's my take so far on Street here. You have a startup that's looking to fix a problem, how to make tokens intrinsically valuable. They found a way to do that, and some big people started to get interested. Now we talked to them in the interview this week, and we find out that they were in the room with some of the biggest people in the industry, some of the biggest people in crypto, some of the biggest supporters for crypto on the TradFi regulatory side. They spoke with the best lawyers in the US about their SPV model. They're getting real actionable direction on how to like fully build out Street. And that's what I love hearing about from the interview. So I have no doubt that will be successful. Here's the thing. Regulation is slow moving. No matter how bullish it sounds, it does take time. So that's one point. Two, I'm not really sure. They said March is like a big month for them. So I'm expecting some movement here in March. He said first week, but I'm not going to hold him to it. I'm going to just say March. And I want to watch for number one. Okay, where do they launch these tokens? What market caps do they start out at? Is it a bonding curve? Is it a pre-sale? Is it a, like I'm looking out for that. How are these tokens actually launching, and where do they launch? And but I'm really, really bullish on Street, and I'll be stalking their launch pad to see like what comes from it, because I feel like of all of what we've seen so far, we got like a CPT from SOAR that was really awesome, but I want to see like what comes from Street here. They've talked to 100 VCs, so they have capital coming for the projects that they that they're working with, but I'm not sure what that how that involvement, what that involvement looks like. Is it they're not market buying, are they? Or are they market buying, or are they like investing in the equity to make the value of the equity go up to justify a higher value on chain for the token? I think whatever it is, you have to kind of watch to see how the market decides to price stuff based on what's happening. My concern with SPV model, Crypto Jones says, my concern with SPV model is insiders taking advantage and pinching the small guys out on underpriced tokens when it comes to payout. Huh.
I mean,
there, Josh?
Yeah, well, the devil is in the legal contract details. So, problem is, like, we don't know until it's released. We have no idea.
When you say when he says pinching the small guys out, what does he like? What do you think what does that mean to you, Josh?
I honestly don't know.
I'm
not even sure. I'm not even sure if this.
So
is
I think
even
what he's
possible.
saying is maybe insiders, they see that the token price is low. They know that maybe there's some equity round coming in that'll push the price or the fair value higher. So they somewhat keep that in the shadows, accumulate at the lows. Like I don't know, maybe make weak hand sell and then get the equity investment or round, or get the equity to be priced higher to justify a higher token price, and then I don't know, maybe arbitrage it because they know when they're gonna get bought out and stuff like that. I don't know.
Traders will,
an inside game.
Yeah, dude, traders will always play an inside game. That's just what traders do.
There's always going to be an inside game to be played, no matter where. I mean, that happens in stocks, that happens in TradFi, that happens on the gold chart. If we're being honest, like that happens with gold, some of the largest assets in the world. So there's always going to be an inside game to be played. I think it's just a matter of watching for how does the market value certain events with this SPV model. Does it value stuff when it's like, oh, instead of 10%, we'll do 30% or 50%? Like, how does it react to that? How does it react to other like events like, okay, we're getting bought out, or we're getting another, round of investment, or how does the market price these things? I think that's what we need to watch out for. So yeah, that's my take on Street. Bullish, but watch for what projects are launching, and also watch for how the market values these projects based on the catalysts that come as they launch.
So we have a guy named Drew in the chat, and I'm gonna throw up his X account real quick because to give you guys context, and then we're gonna add him to the stage and talk about this. To be full transparency, again, we don't hold any of this token, but I think this is kind of cool because it got 1 million views. So I'll show you guys this. And he said he wanted to hop on and come talk about aliens and whatnot. So we're gonna go through that. But here's the context for Drew. 6 years ago, Iran war, more U.S. Epstein level arrests, major UFO Space Force event, Deutsche Bank collapse, gold BTC hyperspike. Well, we got the gold hyperspike, not the BTC hyperspike. So we got about 10 minutes here. Let's hear from Drew. Drew, what's going on, man? You're like the conspiracy extraordinaire.
Well, I appreciate that intro, fellas, and yeah, thanks for having me on. Yeah, no, it's been like I was telling people. I was been telling people this last week. It's been like Christmas for me. Just having all the. They always seem to just like load up everything all at once. So, like the series of events, the tweet you went over there. The reason why I made that tweet 6 years ago was that those three events have just always kind of been in the conspiracy circles. Every major event always has it always has a like a cause and effect. There's like a pendulum swing is how they talk about it in these occult circles. So you push the pendulum in one direction to get the backswing. So if you push the public in one direction with a with some type of event, you have a thesis. So for instance, you have 9/11, and then the antithesis, the solution, is the War on Terror and the Patriot Act, for instance. So these events all like lead into each other, is like the basic idea. And as far as those three events with Epstein, Iran, and UFOs, the concept with UFOs is all the conspiracy sphere around them, what everyone's always projected is that UFO disclosure will come when we reach a point where nuclear war looks imminent. And the only way people are going to accept UFOs and this like group of people with super advanced technology, whatever they may be, is if they're saving us from something. So you have to get people scared enough about nuclear war in order to get them to accept the UFO intervention. And that, of course, ties into Epstein as well, which is like kind of exposing how corrupt our existing political system is. So it's also getting people ready. Basically, with Epstein, it delegitimized the royal family, the U.S. government on both sides, both political sides of the aisle. You know, the FBI, CIA. They even tied in like the Rothschilds. So like the existing political structure is being completely exposed, and there's a power vacuum that will be filled, in my view, by these UFO people.
Hyper spike to the downside on BTC. Any thoughts on BTC specifically? You got the gold correct, right? So
yeah,
give you credit. And gold,
well,
to be honest
yeah.
with you, gold, when you made this post, I'd been doing nothing for like 20 years or 15 years. So
yeah, and BTC is still, BTC was I think like 6K when I made that tweet. So
also,
if you told me back then, it would be 60K. You know, since that tweet, it's outperformed gold even.
That's
so yeah, but that being said, I think it's still likely coming. I don't know about this year. There's a lot of things that indicate that it probably will have a really bad 2026. There is the new Fed chair that's coming in May, I believe. And then there's the midterms in the fall. And traditionally, what you want to do is take the stock market lower leading up to the midterms, and then have some catalyst. Rate cuts is the easiest, and then have it pump into the midterms. That way people think, oh, wow, the economy is doing great, so I gotta reelect the same people that I had in. So I think we'll see. I think this is actually kind of the lowest part of the BTC range, maybe a touch, maybe just like a hyper spike lower. But I think this is like, it's probably just gonna be in this like 50 to 60K range until a new Fed chair, and then probably go back to a like, you know, the 80-90 range, kind of a return to normalcy.
So when the first Iran strikes happened to the nuclear facilities, obviously these and Maduro and all these events, they happen, and the missile barrages with Israel and Iran last year, it always happens on a Friday or over the weekend. And the only thing liquid trading at that time is crypto. And obviously people see uncertainty, so they sell crypto, but the markets are closed and they're unaffected largely. And then by Monday, it's like these events are like the awe factor is kind of gone. It's like, all right, whatever, nothing burger. But crypto never kind of recovered from some of that stuff. But I don't know, do you think like here we're sitting on a Friday, do you think if we do get like a proper kinetic situation in Iran, you think crypto will take another leg lower and, maybe bounce out of that, or what's the play here?
As far as, like upcoming catalysts with crypto and in the extremely short term, we did just have the Supreme Court rule against Trump's ability to impose tariffs in the way that he did. The administration is saying that they can find a loophole to get around it and basically not have to refund people, which is the big concern. But yeah, if the tariffs get if they get canceled, if the tariffs get canceled, then like that was, you're talking about the two major catalysts that have really been sending Bitcoin down and crypto down in the last like year or two. You guys like my banner, by the way? That's me and Alex Jones hugging shirtless in a Austin River during the pandemic. They tried to shut down the park, and we had like 200 people march through it and get rid of their like contact tracing and shit.
That's
But
dude, you are a very interesting person.
Oh, thank you.
That's wild. Okay, sorry, back to what you were saying.
Yeah. So if tariffs get canceled, like the last thing you remember, 1010,
yeah,
that was caused by I believe it was 1010. Yeah, I think it was, yeah, the 100% China tariff announcement. That was like kind of the catalyst. Of course, there were other things going on, like the Binance bullshit. There's tons of manipulation. And actually, I think that was planned probably at least since 1988 to crash markets on 1010, which is another prediction thing that you could pull it up in the tweets. But yeah, anyways, that was a big part of the 1010 crash that kind of set us to where we are. So if they renege on tariffs, then that is in terms of like short-term catalysts that could really send crypto up. That is the one I'd be looking for right now.
Okay, so a renege on tariffs, and you think that might come from a legal ruling or him backing down?
Yeah, there's a Supreme Court. Yeah, there's a Supreme Court ruling. I believe it was last week.
But they already ruled on it, and then he placed with another legal mechanism it back on, basically.
That's what he's saying, but it's still in limbo. Like it still could be. They say they have a workaround, but now that's up for contention. So we'll see what happens. Just a ton of uncertainty as usual.
Totally. All right. So you got these, out there ideas. These things have somewhat come true, pretty much come true. Talk to me about UFOs here. You have like a UFO token, and obviously you don't know when they're going to announce, like 6 years ago, they'll release UFO files all of a sudden like the next week. When you heard that announcement or saw that news headline, I don't know if that was last week or earlier this week, what did you think?
It was it was a long time coming, and it was really interesting. Like the reason. So just some background on the UFO token itself. I launched it originally. We've done 2 CAs. Originally, we launched it on Pump Fund in spring of 2024. And we always wanted to have like a tax and reward system, but we had to code that outside of Pump Fund itself. We had to make a separate staking mechanism. Anywho, it was spring of 2024. I did it because there was this. Do you remember the big eclipse that was over America in 2024, April? So we launched it on the day of that eclipse.
By the way, the eclipse went down the whole like eastern seaboard. Actually, it was over top of me as well. So I was
okay.
There.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that was and that's a big. There's all types of like esoteric symbolism you could go into that, because there was the last eclipse before that. Over the U.S. was during Trump's first term, so it forms an X basically. Anyways, a lot of symbolism going on. But to get to the UFO thing, most recently I made a tweet when you were talking earlier about how the original Iran missile exchange and bombing kind of sent crypto down and was like a big event. When that happened, I tweeted, and I think I retweeted this within like the last day, so you could scroll down and find it. But I tweeted something about, because people were talking about nukes, obviously, in relation to Iran. And I said, nuke language has been introduced. Aliens will be here shortly to save us. So that was, I've been talking about the Iran thing and like the connection between the Iran conflict and the coming UFO disclosure. So now that we are once again going in Iran, this is why I wasn't surprised. Your main question was, was I surprised that they, did the UFO disclosure now? This is pretty much spot on. It was always like the Iran and the nuke language always, was a big signal to me that they were going to bring in UFO. So it matches up perfectly.
Well, this Sol Jakey even getting in on the UFO trade here via his Kalshi prediction market trade.
And this is very important too, because the reason that I relaunched the token in, I think it was December, one of my buddies hit me up and he's like, "Yo, you should relaunch with the new fee structure, and you get a lot more features on Pump Fund now than back in 2024." But the reason why we relaunched it is at that time was, I don't know if you guys remember this, but it was like in December of last year, 2025, there was randomly a huge spike in the UFO disclosure poly market bet, where it was like it spiked up to like 50 or 60% or something. Somebody just put outrageous sum of money down on if they would acknowledge aliens in the next year. Actually, I think that bet might have been even like before 2026. But anyways, there was a huge spike in the betting market, and people were like, why? Like, somebody knows something. And I think it even ended up being like a glitch or something, or somebody was trying to like trick the oracles or something. But regardless, the whole poly market thing, the spike in the bets is what caused me to like, my ears to perk up
for
as
the
far
trade.
as UFO.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And shout out King's Mentality, who's a regular on our show, but also giving you some love in the chat. So
beautiful.
Drew's the top dog.
Thank you, my friend.
So walk to me, like, what's the play here with the token itself? Like, are you just playing off the memetics itself? How much of the token do you own personally? And yeah, like, what's the play there? Is it just like the narrative gets out there and like the other kind of narrative based tokens, it takes off?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think in terms of, one, we have the lore, we have the, this tweet that we have pulled up here that really kind of kicked things off, and it got me like, I gained like 30,000 followers in 2 days from it. This tweet essentially like gave the momentum. It's kind of like our like founding lore, is the fact that everything that's playing out has been to script, as far as what I've seen in the past, and going forward, as we go on, I'll be making, I'll be giving update threads and streams on the Pump Fund itself, the Pump Fund token page itself, about what's happened, what's going to happen following up, and kind of cluing people into what's next in the script, given that this section of the script seems to be playing out, informing people about what's coming next, and it is actually super important. I have another tweet that I made in 2023 when we saw some. In 2023, we had the first ever congressional hearing on UFO whistleblowers, where we had some people that work for the government come out and say we have alien biologics and whatever. We've interacted with anti-gravitic craft, etc.
And these were congressional hearings, by the way. I did watch some of these. These weren't like, some dudes in a back room talking about this on a podcast. This was like actually legit in front of like, real government people with the cameras rolling.
Yep. So when that happened, I was saying, that's when I really realized that they're taking steps towards disclosure, and like, and it hit me that basically I have some other tweets. Actually, if you scroll down in the where I quote tweet, in my pin tweet, where I say 6 years ago, if you scroll into the replies, I have another tweet linked. So if you press on that, so this tweet right here, October 8th, 2019. So if you realize, so it says, imagine a world with 100% mandatory vaccination for global travel, schooling, citizenship. Wow. That was the first case in Wuhan, wasn't until like the end of November. And even the event that they ran right before the pandemic called Event 201. Are you familiar with that?
No.
It was a simulation run by the Gates Foundation. Well, actually, no, I think it was Gates Foundation and Johns Hopkins, where they simulated a global coronavirus pandemic. Even that happened a week after this tweet, so they didn't even do like the dry run yet. And in this one I kind of picked up. I don't know. It's really hard to remember, before the pandemic, but that year in particular, they were pushing super hard for the flu vaccine and like trying to get everybody to get comfortable with this idea of yearly flu boosters. And that I looked into that and kind of some of the ideas behind that. And I found out that the Rockefeller Foundation had created a anti-fertility vaccine in 1988, and that they got caught using it in the third world, telling people it was a tetanus vaccine, when really it caused spontaneous abortions and damaged the female reproductive system. So, and given the fact that they're obsessed with depopulation, with like, about the Georgia Guidestones?
No, but I kind of heard some of these theories before, so roughly, yeah.
So Georgia Guidestones they're called the Stonehenge. If you look up a picture, they're pretty ominous. But they're these gigantic megalithic stone structures that were about 100 miles outside of Atlanta, Georgia, erected anonymously on March 22nd, 1980. And the first thing, it's like 10 commandments of basically 10 commandments of the New World Order is what people call them. And if you look at the first one, it's maintain humanity's population under 500 million, which would mean eliminating some 90% plus of the world's population right now. And yeah, so anyways, the things like that indicated to me that this is just one of many data points that indicated to me that they wanted to, they wanted to do drastic depopulation. And now here's the thing, me and my buddy, another conspiracy theorist from Twitter, we actually went to the Georgia Guidestones. I went twice, but the last time we went, me and my buddy are like, you know what, we should pray over these Guidestones, like for God's justice, like because they're so evil and they're just standing there kind of mocking everybody.
But this says 500 million.
Yeah, 500 million.
There's 8 billion. Sorry, I thought you said 500. Yeah. Sorry, there's 8 billion people. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Who says something like that? That's crazy.
Exactly. So we prayed over them, and then exactly 3 months and 3 days later, they blew up, which you can see in one of those other images there. They still haven't like caught anybody or really accused anybody, but somebody blew them up with like TNT 3 months and 3 days after we like prayed for their destruction at them. So, yeah. Anyway, so that's how I knew about that. But in general, why I brought that tweet up about the prediction is before the pandemic, I spent so much time obsessed with just Russiagate and like just very stupid political slop. And I was doing all this research that was just like the news of the day. I'm like, oh yeah, I know that Russiagate's fake because I've investigated. I know exactly why they're lying and how. And it's so useless and stupid and so not applicable to daily life. And then all of a sudden they pull a fast one and they do like their biggest operation of the last several decades. And I'm caught completely off guard. And I don't have time to warn people. I knew that, I made that tweet before they even mentioned coronavirus or pandemic or whatever, but I didn't have enough time to actually like get people introduced to the idea, to prevent them and warn them about the different like operations they were going to try, mainly
Who's they?
Well, in this case, you can actually see in the Epstein emails, he was discussing with people about pandemic simulations, and Bill Gates, obviously, ran that event 201, which I'd highly encourage people to look that up. They actually they taped it all, and it's all online, and it shows you their like simulation of a global coronavirus pandemic. And in it, they have everything. They have conspiracy theorists that say it's a lab leak, which of course was fake. It was a bannable offense to say that during the pandemic, but of course the FBI in 2023 confirmed it, and they said, "Yep, this is the most likely situation."
Which was wild.
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair, in March, I remember March of 2020, because I mean everyone was pretty interested in this pandemic. There's a lab in India somewhere that also sequenced it early on and said like there's no way this happens in nature, like pretty clearly. And then all the craziness around like the funding for what they were doing, because they were sending funding over to Wuhan lab or Institute of Technology or whatever. It was a deep rabbit hole for a while. Yeah,
gain of function and
research
and
all that.
Fauci. Do you know what Fauci, what the name Fauci means? It's an Italian surname. Do you know what it means?
No clue.
Maker of scythes. So you know what the Grim Reaper holds in his hand? The scythe for reaping.
I don't go that deep. I don't go that deep. He's literally
that just shows you what his character is. And you know, he had been running the NIH since the AIDS pandemic, which itself was likely a government bioweapon. And he basically did the same thing. He made up this cure, this treatment, which have you ever heard of the movie Dallas Buyers Club?
Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think so.
Matthew McConaughey. It's about the AIDS pandemic, and it shows how the government was giving people this treatment that was actually killing them faster than AIDS was. And it was Fauci. The bad guy in that movie is actually Dr. Fauci, because he was giving a fake cure that he was profiting off of that was killing people. So anyways, yeah. So I guess to get back to the original point, in 2023, when they did the congressional hearing, I said to myself, last time they did a major operation, I wasted too much time on bullshit politics. I should have been researching pandemic and depopulation and big pharma. This time, the next big operation is UFOs. And I made a tweet where I said we have to be prepared this time to tell people about like the actual objectives and why they're doing it. So that's what I hope to accomplish through UFO.
Drew, you're fascinating. You're a fascinating guy, and I will admit this type of like conspiracy theories in general are a little past, or not a little past, but are a little beyond. We don't talk about conspiracy theories on this show. Usually.
Oh, really? Okay, this is a normie show, eh?
This is a normie show, so I'm thrown in on the deep end here. But you know what? I don't mind, because for years they talked about even the stuff in the Epstein files as conspiracy theory, and people talked about these like cults and whatnot. But it ended up all being true, which is wild to me. And I don't know how where is that line between truth and conspiracy theory? But and again, I know some of the things you talk about too, because I do a lot of research myself, and I'm very interested in these things. But normally not a conspiracy theory show, but I think you're giving the normies a little look into the Drew thesis. But this tweet was wild. I will give you that tweet is hitting a number of things. So tell me, maybe to wrap up the UFO thing, like you say the UFOs are going to warn us about nuclear war, and we've been close. I mean, in the 80s, there was a gentleman on the Russian side that saw a nuclear strike coming in, but he didn't think it was real, and it turned out not to be real, and he decided not to push the button. So we've avoided that crisis before. But how are they going to tell us not to shoot at each other? Hopefully.
Oh, well, they're not going to tell us. They're going to stop us by their technological superiority. And this is actually in terms of, there's been UFO sightings, there's been stories of abductions, but as far as actual military interactions, we've shot missiles at a few of them, which that was the most recent UFO video acknowledged by the government, where they shoot Hellfire missile, and
not
it
only in the U.S. but also because I'm from Canada, so it's also over Canadian airspace too, which was crazy to see.
Mm-hmm. And so the biggest interaction ever, where it was like an actual, it was clear that the UFO was actually trying to accomplish something, not just flying by and we happened to see it, was it was at a U.S. nuclear base, which I don't remember exactly which one, but a U.S. nuclear missile base, and a UFO flies over and the whole facility goes dark. They just disable the whole thing. So that, which, you know, a quick Google search for anyone interested, you can look it up. But that is like, as far as things that they've done in the past, that is the main thing. Other things indicating that that is what's going to happen is there's a lot of, like, I think what I talked about before is predictive programming. Well, actually, maybe I didn't mention exactly, but for instance, with the pandemic, there was the movie Contagion that came out in 2011 about a pandemic. It was literally exactly what we saw, except like the fear porn version, where the disease was had a way higher death rate, etc. But it was only
this,
in 20.
This was with Matt Damon or something.
Yeah,
what was it
star-studded.
called? What was that movie? I watched that movie, and you know what's funny, Drew, is that movie actually gave me the blueprint for exactly how COVID would unfold. So when I told people, and this was November of was it not 2019, I started on Reddit seeing people like collapsing and showing up in hospital. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. Then December, I'm like, oh wow, this is a real pandemic. But I had watched that movie before, and like my family's like, Josh, you're crazy, like blah blah. Boom, the world changed. You know?
Yep. And so in 2021, somebody did a FOIA request with the CDC, and it turns out
that's what the movie was called, Contagion.
Contagion.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great movie.
So,
great movie.
Yeah, really, really accurate. People did a FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act, where you request information from the government that isn't public, but it's government communication. And what we found was the CDC actually made a liaison office, spent to the tune of $2 million to influence the script and the direction of that film. So they were directly influencing that film secretly. They didn't tell anybody they were involved, but they influenced that film. And then in Congress, they used the fear produced from that movie. Like some of the congressmen talked about that movie and like the possible pandemic situation. They used the fear created by that movie in order to secure more funding for the CDC, which turned the CDC into it gave it enough funding and power that it was able to basically control the country during the pandemic in 2020. So they used this movie to create the CDC's like power structure, which they used to literally manifest like the movie in real life.
But I think like how much of this is nefarious versus like, you know, just trying to give the public an idea of how these things would unfold. I mean, you know, in the 80s, I'm sure they did videos about how nuclear war would look like to scare the public or change public perception that we should never do nuclear war because it is a scary thing. And I know they actually did do movies like that. So how much is it just them, you know, or, you know, just people trying to say, look, like we don't want these things to happen.
Look at this. I didn't even know the tagline. Nothing spreads like fear. That's hilarious. So that is the purpose, is to create fear, because when the pandemic happened, people assumed that it really was like in Contagion, where it had a 90% kill rate or whatever, instead of, you know, a fraction of 1%. And a lot of those deaths were just deaths with COVID, or they got put on a ventilator, or they gave them Fauci's cure for this one was remdesivir. They were giving people this remdesivir drug, which he had made up for some other disease. And remdesivir like they gave them organ failure. And that's like a huge amount of the people who died were from remdesivir. So anyways, why I say this is nefarious is because in the movie, they talk about conspiracy theorists saying it was a lab leak. They literally have a whole arc where the conspiracy theorists are saying it's a lab leak, saying it's a bioweapon. And in the movie, it shows how he's just stupid and he's trying to, you know, make money off it. So it tells people, it informs them ahead of time that watch out for these stupid conspiracy theorists because they're just out for money. They're not trying to tell you the truth. They just want money. And so, yeah, I'd say it's very nefarious. They literally gave it to the people ahead of time. This is why it's called predictive programming, because you give people programs, TV programs, to make them act predictively in the future, or predictably rather in the future. And that was to the T, and had even direct government funding, secret government funding, in order to get it off. So, and then of course they literally used it in Congress. So
you guys must watch Black Mirror TV show. Yes, Black Mirror. I've seen one episode or a couple episodes. I was like, man, this is too much for me. I can't. Yeah. Which Crypto Jones, just because you're a regular on the show, I'll ask this one, of course. Drew, I mean, don't we know who is behind 9/11? Isn't this not a mystery?
Well, this is really interesting because with the Epstein files, I don't know if you guys saw this, but the one part these emails go back decades and decades. The one time zone, the one era of time that they included no emails from, which people confirm this by checking all the dates and then plotting them on a timeline. It's like 1999 to 2002. They got rid of all those emails. Before and after, they have emails, but during the era of 9/11, they didn't include them. And Howard Lutnick, who's in the Trump administration, he lived at Epstein's place in New York. Howard Lutnick shared, it was the same building. They were like neighbors. And Howard Lutnick, his company was in the World Trade Center. And Trump just brought this up like yesterday. Trump goes, "Oh yeah, aren't you glad you didn't go to work on 9/11, buddy?" And his wife begged him to stay home that day. Everyone in his company died besides him. When he got the insurance money, he didn't even give it to the families. He pocketed it.
But I heard he did. I heard he said there was stories that he had actually given families money though.
You know what?
I read stories that
I guess that's
so.
Okay. You know what? I guess I just heard that today actually. So could be very well.
I mean, how am I going to know? I'm not the one
bucks.
there. I'm not the one there making the transaction. So like, I don't
know.
But
I'll have to look into that and confirm that. Yeah.
He did do a story because when he was confirmed as the Commerce Secretary, I'm like, all right, who's this Howard Lutnick guy? And then I did some research on him. And I found out that, unfortunately, a very sad situation. Obviously, a lot of innocent people, but that he did actually give the families a percentage of the profits. So maybe not the insurance money. I don't know what the insurance money was, but a percentage of the profits of, I forget his firm's name. But yeah.
Well, I'm glad to hear that he compensated.
Again, I don't know, but that was just what I
regardless, it seems very obvious from the information we have that both he and Epstein were not only knowledgeable about 9/11, but possibly like knew the people who were doing it. And that is
drones get an answer though. So
well, let's see. How could I say this? The group of people that were seen dancing and recording from a parking garage rooftop, it was probably a group of people from that country.
That's probably the best way you can say that. I love the way you said that.
Yeah, I know it's a normie show, but just look up like dancing 9/11, 9/11 dancers.
I know exactly what you're referencing. I think that's the best way you can explain that.
Oh my goodness, this is an after stream thing. I'll go check that out. But,
you're not familiar with that one?
No, I'm not. No,
you're not, Josh.
No,
I can
but
tell you off stream.
I did see like videos of like people on rooftops like filming it, and then they were shocked, obviously, that the thing went down. But
well, they were celebrating was the problem. That's why it got reported and they got picked up by the FBI.
I saw that they were students, but I didn't take that specific thing away, but maybe I was looking at something else.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, nah.
Look,
Yeah,
I went
can
down the
tell you
rabbit
off
hole. I'm not gonna lie, I went down the rabbit hole. Obviously, on YouTube, there was all sorts of like videos about these kinds of things. So you're kind of curious, and you see a theory, and you're like, all right, let's watch this one. But yeah, definitely a normie show, that's for sure.
To just to follow up on that, the addresses of Lutnick and Epstein's apartments right next to each other is 911. It's that's like their addresses just happen to be 9 and 11. But what's interesting?
Too much.
Yeah, that one's just like a fun bonus thing. But why? In terms of numerology, I think somebody commented earlier that the elites love to use the 11 energy, which is it's like known as chaotic, super energetic, climactic change. And actually, numerology, of course, a lot of it is based off of Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism. And in their calendar, they have a date, the 9th day of their 11th month, which is called Tisha B'Av. I'm slaughtering it. I'm definitely not pronouncing it right. It's called the 9th of Av, Tisha B'Av. It's a day where they commemorate the falling of the two temples. So Solomon's temple, and then they built a second temple, which was called Herod's temple. And Herod's temple was destroyed by the Romans in 70 AD. And so on the 11th, or on the 9th day of their 11th month, they solemnly commemorate the falling of the two temples. Not to be confused with the falling of the two towers on 9/11. And guess what day? It's every day in the Western calendar. It changes because the Hebrew calendar is different. The day of the 9th of Av changes every day in the Western calendar. Guess what night Epstein happened to be killed in prison? It was the 9th of Av, 2019. And they do a big thing. The whole thing that they did at the temple, and why they want to build a third temple, is they would offer sacrifices to God, animal sacrifices, in order to atone for their sins. So they put their sins onto an animal, and then they sacrifice it to atone for their sins. So Epstein was a ritual sacrifice.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what, Drew? Very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. I try not to go down too many conspiracy rabbit holes. This show is meant to not necessarily be focused on anything other than just technology, charts, markets.
You're Canadian, huh? You're Canadian?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely Canadian. But I do actually, my family does live in the States. So,
okay.
Definitely have the connection there, but man, very, very fascinating chat. I do appreciate you coming on and talking about some interesting stuff, man, but this is beyond my
covered a lot.
Beyond my day-to-day knowledge. You have fans, you have, 600 people joined to listen to Drew.
Really? Oh, wow. Holy shit.
Yeah. And you have King's Mentality, who's a regular on a show, knows who you are. Crypto Jones, I'm sure. Crypto Jones got shout out Colin here, giving you a shout out. So do appreciate it. But we're 3 hours and 40 minutes into streaming today. And normally we shut her down, but
my phone's got 2% battery, so it might die here in a sec. So this is a good time to sign up.
Sounds good, man. Hey, it was nice to meet you. We'll see the UFO thing. You got the UFO token going on, and
buy UFO, everyone. This is not financial advice.
That's from Drew right there. But yeah, man, thanks for chatting with us, buddy. I do appreciate it. And so, hey, look, conspiracy theorists have been proven right on a lot of things in the last 5 years, which has been quite fascinating to watch. So
we've been racking up the W's, racking them up. It's like Christmas.
Absolutely. All right. See you, Drew.
All right. See you, fellas. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks, Drew.
All right.
Wow.
Goat Drew. In meantime, pizza index is spiking. Something is being cooked. I just cannot prove it yet. Shout out Wilson. How you doing, buddy? D3 callers over at MCG China. Look, my guys, I try and stay out of political stuff and conspiracy theory stuff on this channel. But we did get introduced to Drew, and he has UFO, and that tweet did, back for context, that tweet did get 1 million views, and I guess if you will say, prophesize a number of the things that are going on in this world. So didn't want to announce it, just thought, hey, why not? Come on, tell us what you're talking about, what you're seeing with UFOs, because I am curious. But yeah,
that went pretty deep.
very deep.
I'm a conspiracy guy to an extent. I try not to go too deep myself, but some things, it's very easy to think that potentially we could be lied to on certain things just to avoid global panic or what have you. So I mean, I get that part, but yeah, very, very interesting takes. Very interesting takes. That was a crazy stream today. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. We got the PPW site here pulled up.
Yeah, there's a couple spikes, but keep in mind this spiked last Friday. I know this was spiking. I was looking at Poly Market. So it's still the 18 nothing ever happens status or index. So I think there's some things that gotta have confluence here. DoCon 4. So we're not at DoCon 3. Last Friday we were at DoCon 3, which is increase in force readiness. But yeah, guys, look at that 300% spike, 3 p.m. There's definitely some action. This is more than last weekend. Definitely some action here. Yeah, Drew, if you're still listening, appreciate you hopping on here. It was nice to connect with you. This is probably going to lag my computer, so I might shut this down. But let's see. Chill. Any Poly Market trades for you or?
Nah, haven't seen. I'm trying to limit trades on Poly Market. Like I'm trying to limit it to like bigger events. So like the Zach XBT, that would be a Poly Market trade that I'd take. It's crazy. My first guess was the right one. I guessed Axiom because I was like, well, all Axiom is kind of known for being like a scammy. They're KOLs or scammy. They're copy trade farmers and stuff like that. So it's kind of known. It was kind of a bad thing to have an Axiom badge on your account. Like we kind of knew how you was playing the game. So my first guess was actually the right one on that. But yeah, like Poly Market, I think great trades are like, when we do go for the lows, I think the trade that I'm going to take is like, Bitcoin reaching 100K in 2026. Again, it's like a leverage long with no liquidation because the expiry is at the end of the year and you don't have to hold to resolution. You just play the swings and sentiment. So I think that's a trade that I'm really interested in taking. But other than that, like, nothing really crazy happening here.
Man, I'm just seeing this is tracking all the different aircraft carriers. That's wild.
PBW is lit. The platform is pretty sick.
Oh man, there was actually something on Netflix I watched about the USS Iwo Jima, which this is in the Caribbean. Actually, there's a good show on Netflix about just like I think the Marine Corps or something. They're all on this ship here. Fascinating. Look, guys, I don't want war. I want peace and I want people to get along. This kind of stuff, while it's exciting from a timeline perspective, people talk about it. There's this kind of fever of things are happening in the world. At the end of the day, none of this is good. People get hurt. And so I know, we can't sit here and be like, it's always going to be doves and rainbows, but at the same time, like, this is real life for some people. So yeah, tough, definitely tough.
Yep. So, wow. Let me see here. What else we got? I think that's it from my side. I mean, is there a potential trade to be had on PPW? Maybe it's a bags token. I think I might actually up that one on the list here for bags. On my my charts. Let's see here.
Let's
Yeah,
see, what are we doing on PPW right now?
I could pull the chart up. I got the chart
Yeah.
up right now.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's see.
I'll flip.
Boom. And let's see. Let me just switch the order here. So Loria is my number 1. PBW is my number 2 right now. So this is let's flip over to price real quick. This is the price chart. I've always liked PPW. I've always liked the website. The website looks super sleek, as you guys just saw. So again, I'm not sure how the market is going to price the token itself. So waiting to see what the market does with that. But you know, I really like what they're building. I really like what they're building. So I'd say that would be my number 2 on all of bags. It'll be Loria at number 1, and then PPW at number 2 for me.
It's funny, like PPW could be like the number 1 website in the world. You know, like it's just it could have so much attention, but like some guy just sold, I don't know, 3 million PPW. And it's like, what does it take to get Solana traders to trust each other? You know,
I think it's not going to take Solana. It's going to take Solana traders will continue doing what Solana traders do the best. They'll continue they'll continue the copy trade farming. They'll continue the bundled sub 50K. They'll continue the supply control. That's the only way they know how to win. I feel like a lot of people came into this pump fund era. Their trading careers have been born out of this pump fund era, which has instilled different habits, different styles of trading, and it's reinforced those styles of trading that they know. I think ultimately, though, like, you know, this new agentic narrative that we're experiencing, I think Base will fully reset the way trading happens on chain, and I think privacy also will kind of reset that as well. So I think it's going to be a long road for Solana, for Solana traders as well.
So Crypto Jones, PBW, I mean, I'm sure they generate revenue. I didn't see any ads on their site, so it'd be hard to know otherwise, but they do have 1 million PPW gets you access to their, like, I guess, private Telegram for alpha alerts, which is news. And then they have thermal alerts, which alerts potential drug boat strikes, and I don't know, some other stuff here. Yeah. And then look, Radon bags. I mean, in terms of like products, really embracing a token, this is definitely one of the better ones. So
yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, but the actual thesis here. So I did like some research last weekend when I was looking at this. They go into the history of this. So it was actually the Soviets that came up with this idea to track pizza things, and then it was validated, and you know, there's some history, and then they even have one for you know, gay bars or whatever in the area as an inverse activity correlation. Again, a lot of this relies on the Google API to, you know, see, like, you know, track, I guess, whatever, I don't know, track like people going into stores, which relies on people's phones and whatnot. And yeah, a lot of this I think is more entertainment than anything, but we'll see. This definitely is spiking.
Yeah, could be some signal there.
But if you want to, like, I think from a trade and chill, tell me your perspective. Like, for instance, will US strike Somalia by Feb 28th? Like, this is to me an easy short. Like Feb 28th, what's that? That's 1 day away.
Tomorrow, yeah. It could be. It could be.
Like, is anyone talking about this as like a thing? Like, the
What are the yes no shares worth?
like, dude, this is, to me, this looks like they had a 90% chance, you know, a couple days ago, but like, who's bidding this? Anyways, so that's a 40 cents. You're buying 60 on the no, but I like, to me, this seems like before tomorrow, will the US trade? Come on, this is an easy resolution to know, in my opinion. I mean, I'm not going to investment invite this, but yeah. Like, some of these markets these things are unlikely to happen. And if they do happen, it's, yeah, like, what's this? March 31st. Holy, did people not like open a map or anything? Like, do you not go as a kid on Google Earth and just like pan around and look at countries? I did.
I don't think I ever did.
No.
I'm the odd guy.
Yeah. Anyways, that I can't believe that's trading at 40%. That seems like yeah. Interesting. Like this one, 35% chance that they're gonna ban Claude by March 31st. Like this, there's no way that they're banning Claude.
They might. I don't know.
Do you think this
depending
because
on-
of the jobs situation?
you didn't hear about the Anthropic offer from the U.S. government?
I did hear about it. I don't understand the context. I think it was that they were looking for like unrestricted use of the model or something. Is that?
Yeah, so they wanted full on like mass surveillance, and there's a second thing that they were looking for, but basically like I guess the US government saw something that like, within Claude that was like, wow, this is powerful. We want unfettered, unlimited access, all of this stuff. And then boom. That's when they hit Anthropic with the offer of, hey, if you don't comply, or if you don't accept, there's going to be some ramifications where they're basically going to handicap their business. But shout out to Anthropic for standing on business and actually saying that, like, instead of taking the money, they would rather lose all of their government contracts, and they would help the government to transition from one provider to another, essentially again losing business. So they're willing to like lose all of their government connections just to make sure that the government doesn't have full unfettered access to the Claude AI that would basically enable mass surveillance on a crazy level.
Yeah, but this exact situation happened with Google. I think it was called Project Maven or something years ago, and Google employees, kind of said, they're all up in arms about it. But now that, again, nothing ever really happened from that. And fast forward to now. Yeah, I mean, tough. I don't know. I mean, I don't know the details, so I can't pontificate, but I would, if I were to pontificate, I would say this is an easy no bet, because you're not going to ban Claude. Like,
yeah, I don't think they are.
Like, what's the resolution here? This market resolves, yes, the U.S. Department ends its business relationship. You know how long it takes for these contracts to get unwound and stuff, and there's clauses in it. AI models by DoD personnel, DoD contractors by March 31st. So I don't know. Tough. I mean, yeah, I guess I could be surprised. Like, there's edge cases, but yeah.
Yeah, I think overall what you're doing on Polymarket is you're trading sentiment. You're rarely ever buying and holding for resolution. What you're doing
Yeah.
is trading the sentiment. So if you're buying, if you're going up, let me see here. I'm looking at that chart. If you're looking at like the spike yesterday, you see the spike yesterday happened because it looked like the ban was going to happen because the US government threatened Anthropic on the government contract side. So they were like, well, obviously, it has to get banned. And then when Anthropic came back and said, nope, like we're not gonna acquiesce, it spiked again because again, just from a sentiment standpoint, it swings in both directions. So what you're doing is not trading whether this would actually come true or not. You're trading, okay, well, the market priced this to be more likely today or tomorrow. But I gotta say, like, it's really hard because it's really an inside game, bro. You literally have to have insider information to like
Yeah,
accurately trade
that's
these
the problem with
markets.
prediction markets, to be honest with you, is that there's just no regulation around because they're not necessarily, equities, which are covered under like insider trading laws. For instance, if you work at a publicly traded company and you know information, you can't necessarily trade the stock based on that information. And you actually, I think, have to disclose, that. But in this market, I mean, no one's regulated the fact that, oh, well, I know something's going to happen, maybe or not. I can go take a bet here, or I know someone knows someone who knows someone. But
Yeah.
interesting. Again, this to me seems like an easy no, just because nothing ever happens really around this kind of stuff. And if you think about the approach that the administration takes around these types of try and get leverage over situations, it's always like a ban. They always go 100% tariff. Like they go to the extreme, try and get some dialogue going, and then find a resolution. Right?
Yeah.
General take there.
Yeah.
Don't take
That's
that
how
as
that's how these markets work, man. That's how these markets
yeah.
work.
But in the meantime, I mean, fascinating. We'll see, Crypto Jones. Don't know, but that's just my
I'm
smidgen
trying to learn it. I'm trying to learn it, and I'm trying to find a strategy that works for me. So far, what I'm seeing is don't trade every market, don't have an opinion on everything. Trade what you know the best, like trade what you're interested in. But also trade like the edge. Like so our prediction market edge is crypto, but we trade, like some of the more obvious things, like for example, Bitcoin reaching 100K. If you look at that, when you on a market that's low, like when we eventually hit, let's say 50K on Bitcoin, like I think there is a potential that we go that low at some point this year. When we hit 52K, it's gonna be like, whoa, like the shares on will Bitcoin reach 100K this year, the yes share would be so cheap at 50K because that's the sentiment swing, right? And so with no expiry until January 1st, 2027, there's no liquidation. So essentially you buy the yes share at 50K, and let's say it's probably like 20 cents. You ride it up. When we actually do get liftoff, we mark a bottom in the summer. Let's say my thesis works out and it's a multi-month hold. So, like when we eventually spike, sentiment shifts, the yes share reprices. Maybe it's 20 cents to 40 cents, 60 cents even. Now you're a 3x. But then that becomes a 3x in 3 months. And so the question is like, okay, can I do that much sooner on chain versus in a prediction market? So, I'm trying to balance that.
Shout out King's Mentality. Started with $44 on Polymarket and up $200 so far. Congratulations.
What's working for
man.
you, bro?
Yeah.
Go
What
work.
markets are you trading? I'm not gonna lie. I tried to do the 5-minute markets. I ran
Oh,
like
nah.
$100 up to like $1,300, then ran it back down. I was like, yeah, that's not doing that again.
That's so crazy. I mean, 100 to 13. That's
Yeah.
not bad. And how
But
long?
I was sitting there for like 3 hours doing it, just like clicking buttons.
Dude,
It's fun. I'm not gonna lie. It was like
10x in an hour. That's actually not bad.
it was, you know, it's the classic pull the slot machine. But yeah.
Do you take profits when we hit 90K, or do you wait for resolution on the 100K trade? No, you take profits like even earlier than 90K. Like let's say, you know, we start. It depends on the trade, right? Like depends on like what your target is. So imagine like you take it at 50K. Okay, we break 70. When is the euphoria hitting the market? When is everyone like, oh my gosh, like we're going up only? Typically, that sentiment will give you the right pricing, the right repricing on the poly market, because it's all about sentiment. What do people believe? At 50K, because poly markets are dominated by normies. Normies are quick to say, that's the edge with poly market. It's dominated by normies. So normies are going to say at 50K, oh no, there's no way that Bitcoin goes back to 100K, and they all vote no. No, it's they vote the no share on 100K. And so, you know, depending on how low it is, it could go as low as like 15 cents, 10 cents even. But if you're good with like a 5x, and that comes to you at 70K, and take it off the table. Like, you don't wait for resolution on prediction markets. You do not, because anything could happen. Once you literally take your profit off the table and keep it pushing.
There you go. You heard it from Chill first. Chill, I'm pretty good today. Wild stream today.
Yeah,
I don't know if you have anything else going on, and or if that's it for the weekend.
Nah, I think I'm good, bro. I think I'm good. We covered a lot. We covered some base plays. We covered some soul plays. I gave you guys some base alpha as well, and I think that should probably play out really well over these next few days. So yeah, I think we covered some good stuff here on stream. So look, hope you guys have a great weekend. It's been a huge week. Expect Fridays to be kind of more so like today. Minus the conspiracy theories on a normal basis,
yeah,
for the normal Friday streams. But yeah, expect this to be the Friday vibe. Like we talk about what's happened this week, some gains, some losses. We talk about how to position for the upcoming week, talk about some plays and stuff like that. We do that during the week as well. But today is like, just a full stream for all of that. So, and we'll bring in some traders and stuff, and we can, you can ask traders, different traders questions and stuff like that. But yeah, fun stream today. Hope you guys enjoy the weekend. We'll be back on Monday next week. Look out for the schedule that'll be dropping over the weekend at some point. So you want to follow us at MCG Live. And let me just pull up my screen real quick to close this out, because I think this is a really, really nice little accomplishment that we had here. That we had here today. So we had boom, 8K on MCG Live. So again, appreciate you guys for supporting us. Thank you so much. We have thousands and thousands of viewers every week watch this stream. We have interviewed hundreds of founders and have millions of impressions over the last 8 to 10 months. We're coming up on a year for this stream here in April pretty soon. It's a for traders by traders type of show. We focus on research, alpha, education, all of that good stuff.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Well done. Congrats on 8K, killing it. Yeah, appreciate man. Look, guys. I want to be in the bull market with you guys.
100%.
Like we're here because we don't know when the bull market is, but I know that the day we stop streaming is the day the bull market begins. And I don't want to, y'all may be like, yo, don't stream for a day because we want that to happen. But like, I'll tell you this, like, I want to see a good market. And at the end of the day, like Jones Rita, when we brought him in October, I think like at the time, my bias was like, I didn't want it to end, I wanted it to continue going, but he told us, guys, this is going to end. It's ending right here. And at least for now, and he didn't say don't trade. He didn't say don't have exposure. He just said 1/3, 1/half. And even like those key insights from traders, we got to look at this, guys. It's a long-term game. We're young. We're still young. And we got 20 years ahead of us. Plus, ideally want to retire in the next 5, but who knows? So let's be long-term focused. Let's stack the wins. We're going to do it here with you guys live. Hopefully we find people that are building really cool stuff that is going to create the next $1 billion startup. And so we'll cover it all live. So John's Rida. Yes. Crypto Jones, but in fairness to, I don't know if Crypto Jones, if you're on that stream, but Dom kept saying Crypto Jones, which was funny.
When bull market come, everyone who tuned in during the bear will eat. Yeah, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Typically coming out of the bear markets are some of the wildest gains that happen. And you're right, a King's mentality. It'll be that ICM type season coming again. So we really appreciate you guys' support for all the new people that are here and haven't watched us here at MCG. We're an alpha and trading focused show. We do live DD. We do interviews here every single week. To keep up with us, you want to follow us at MCG Live. If you look at the link tree in our bio, it takes you to our Spotify, our TikTok, as well as all of our other links. So subscribe to us on YouTube, on Twitch. We stream there as well. So appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for 8K. We're continuing to push every single day. So we'll see you guys back on stream next week. Look out for the schedule coming up over the weekend. Until then, much love. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all.
See you guys.